Lined up and ready, so Mr. Bailiff, if you could have them brought in, please.
Jury's present and accounted.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, continuing with the state's case in chief. And the court will note that the jurors are all present and accounted for, and also have signed their affirmation that they followed the court's admonishment as we broke for the day yesterday, not to in any way review any case history or information online or otherwise. So thank you for following that continuing instruction. As we left off yesterday, Mr. Pryor was conducting cross-examination of Investigator Wright, and I believe we'll be continuing with that cross-examination this morning. Is that where we are, Mr. Pryor? Yes, you may. And if you'd like to go ahead and we'll have the witness brought in and return to the stand, you can continue with your cross. All right, good morning, Investigator Wright. Before we get started with additional cross-examination, I will just inquire, because of the court's exclusionary order, have you done anything since yesterday to either review any part of this case online or talk to anyone else about your testimony or theirs in this trial?
No.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. I will note also you're still under oath for purposes of your testimony today. Mr. Pryor was conducting cross-examination, and you can continue with your cross at this time, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. And could I utilize the Elmo as well, Judge?
Yes, just identify which exhibit will be published before you do that, please.
Judge, it's 299, I believe. It is 299.
Okay, and that's been admitted, so you may publish from 299 if you wish.
Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
Now, Mr. Wright, the last time we spoke, just to recap a little bit, we discussed that Alex Cox's phone at 2011 to 2356 was at apartment 107, and that was his apartment. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then again from 001111, which is 1211 at night, to 941 in the morning of the 23rd. Again, it was his phone was at 565 Pioneer Road, number 107 as well, correct?
Yes.
And this exhibit illustrates the specific times that you were able to identify when Alex Cox was on the property of Chad Daybell. Is that right?
Yes, his device that I was reviewing.
His device. I'm sorry, that's correct. Do you have any information that Mr. Daybell was present on September 6th, 9th, 23rd, or 25th at the same time that Alex Cox was there?
I do not.
You testified that there were a number of occasions that Alex Cox went to a sportsman's gun club. Is that correct?
Yes,
And from my recollection, reading, it was a number of times on September 3rd, correct?
I recall. Yes,
September 26th,
yes,
September 27th.
yes.
Now, on the 28th, you made note of the fact that there were some range sites, one out a bit of a distance. You said something about 100 yards. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you point that to me? Okay.
I
And then
believe
again,
that to be a 100-yard range.
and then 200 yards, and then 300 yards. Okay. And is there a 50-yard range there at any point?
I believe this is possibly a 50-yard range.
Okay.
It has multiple lanes with the berms is separated, but I think
Okay.
that distance of the berm is approximately that
And
distance.
Alex Cox on that day did not go to a short range shooting range. Is that, or shooting area? Is that correct?
I can only say that I showed only data points on this map on that particular time. It's possible they're less precise data points and he could be elsewhere on the range as well.
But the data points that you have identified on this exhibit are quite specific in terms of gaps of time, correct?
Yes, they are. And they were, for the most part, GPS and fairly precise.
Right. So what you're showing by this is his travel up to at least it appears, and please correct me, to the 200 and 300 range, and then returning back. Is that what you're seeing?
Yes. So the entire span of the period that he was there that day was 1525 to 1758. And if you notice, looking at some of these individual data points, there's a period of time in there that is, we get many data points, but then there's, so during the period when he seems to go down range and come back, we did get some very precise data, but during these gaps, I can't say where he is.
Okay. That could be potentially reloading his gun and just in a still spot, or checking the targets such as that, correct?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. You discussed the prospect of seeing Alex Cox at the Sportsman's Warehouse. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you noted that he bought some items. He bought a frog tog suit. I'm going to kill that frog tog suit, and the tag was still on it. Is that correct?
Yes, he had one that we recovered that had the tag from Sportsman's Warehouse still on the pants. And
Was there any indication that those pants were ever worn or used?
not that I'm aware of. They look new to me.
Okay. And then you talked about the 2 or 3 other items. We don't need to discuss the Dr. Pepper, obviously, but the other 2 items were what?
One was a woodland camo beanie, and then there was a a flip mitt, a set of gloves,
Okay,
and then a ski mask.
okay. And was there any indication that those had been used as well?
I only show that they were purchased in that same purchase with the Frog Talk pants,
Okay,
but I'm not aware that any of those other items were recovered in the investigation from Alex Cox's residence or anywhere else.
okay. Did you happen to take any direction in your investigation into whether or not Alex Cox attempted to buy a hunting license at or around that time?
I don't recall. I know on that particular date, it didn't appear he did at the Sportsman's Warehouse, but I'm not aware if he purchased one or not.
Did you look into whether he purchased a hunting license or not in the end of September?
I don't recall.
Okay. And again, we have some trips to the firing range in October 7th and 8th. Is that right?
Yes,
The 12th and the 13th,
yes,
the 15th.
yes.
Now, this allegation with the and I don't want to mischaracterize this, the paintball gun or potentially some other weapon occurred on what day?
That was October 9th in the evening.
So October 9th in the evening, and then we have Alex Cox on October 12th, 13th, 15th going to the gun range after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just for purposes of clarification, and I'll talk into the mic this time, just for purposes of clarification, the picture to the right, my right, which it appears it has a tag on it. Was that the actual hoodie that was just taken from Alex Cox's garage?
No.
Okay.
The image on the right is an image that I took within the Sportsman's Warehouse of that particular Igloo's 3-hole ski mask, which was the one on the receipt that was purchased when he was in the store. I'm not aware of any ski mask being recovered from his belongings that match the description of this particular item.
Okay. Now you put this in as a reference in October 9th, and October 9th would have been the day that Tammy Daybell encountered the person with the paintball gun or
Yes.
any allegedly other potential weapon. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you noted that it appears that Alex Cox's phone travels close or near the Daybell property. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you go down to the bottom just before October 10th, and it says 1716 to 2353, correct?
Yes.
And that his phone at that point was at his apartment, 565 Pioneer Road, number 107. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the allegations against regarding the paintball gun or so-called other weapon, do you recall what time that allegedly occurred?
I don't recall the exact time. I believe it was around 9 p.m. between maybe 8:30 and 9:30, somewhere in that time.
Okay. So if it was between 8:30 and 9:30, would it be fair to say that Alex Cox's phone was at 565 Pioneer Road at his apartment at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And then further on into the evening, Thursday, October 10th, we have 03 to 11:28. And so midnight to 11:30 in the morning. Again, the phone was at Pioneer Road for what looks about 11 and a half hours on the 10th of October. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, October 18th of 2019 is what our reference point is. You're showing Alex Cox's phone at approximately 1:57 to 9:48 at night at Pioneer Road, 107 Rexburg, Idaho. Is that right?
I'm sorry, what date was that?
October 18th.
Okay.
Is that right?
And what were the times?
1:57 to 9:48 Pioneer Road, number 107.
Yes, that's correct.
The phone was at his apartment.
Yes, this is in the early morning hours. Yeah, 1:57 in the morning to 9:48 in the morning.
Okay. And then again, 9:49 to 12:37. Again, Lori Vallow's apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
What about later on the evening on the 18th?
So later, after it is in 175 at 12:37, it departs there and drives in the Idaho Falls area, and it made a few stops at commercial businesses, with the final stop being the Chick-fil-A, which was later that evening.
And when I say later that evening, what time do we have Alex Cox's phone in Idaho Falls on the evening of the 18th?
I believe it was at the Chick-fil-A at approximately 7:58. I'd have to maybe look at that slide again and refresh my memory, but I believe it was around 7:58, and there was that receipt that was recovered for a purchase there at 8:05 p.m.
Okay. And then the rest of the evening on the 18th?
He was at that location until for over an hour. I don't recall the exact time right now. And then he departs that location and drives north into within a few miles of the Daybell residence.
And how long was he at the Daybell? Well, he wasn't at the Daybell residence. He was at a church. Is that right?
That's right. He was south of the Daybell residence, more than 2 miles south of that.
2.6 miles.
Approximately, yes.
And that was from 2207 to 2245.
Yes.
Your red dots are to the right, my right, a number of red dots. And could you get your pointer out for me? And point to where those red dots are.
There's some here near this house.
Did you happen to go out there and discover what that house is?
I did not, though I did make other investigators aware of that, and I'm not sure what follow-up they did on that.
Okay, so we don't, it appears that there's parking and an entrance there. Is that something that's affiliated with the church?
I don't know.
It would only be speculation if you were to guess what is on that property. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
We do know that the large building is a church building, correct?
Yes, that is.
And between those two buildings is a driveway, it looks to me. Is that correct?
This area?
Yes.
Yes, it's a narrow parking lot.
And it appears that as you come into the entrance where the red marks are, there appears to be parking spots in front of that building. Do you see those?
In this area?
No, over to
Oh.
the right. Further to, just outside of where the red dots are, the parking near.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, right there.
Yes. Yes, those are parking spaces, I believe.
And then, like I said, just to clarify, where the red dots are on the roof of the building, there's parking spots that appears directly in front of that building. Is that correct?
On the church side or this,
That side, on that side there.
that does look like a driveway of some kind.
Okay. Okay. And I'm not going to belabor this, but on the right-hand side of that photo, from top to bottom, from where the road is to the bottom of the picture, there are a number of parking spots. You see those?
On the right side in this area?
Right there, all the way down.
Yes, there are many parking spots, it looks like.
And to the right of that, there's some parking on that road to the left, and there's other ones on the right. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, you mean,
No, over to the right, right there. You have
Okay.
parking spots on the left of that mark, and then further to the right of that, up closer to the grass, right there.
These?
There's a whole bunch of parking there as well,
Yes.
right? And
Yes.
that butts up against the building, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we can't make a presumption that in any way that's attached or affiliated with the church, but at least it appears that was close to where Alex Cox was visiting. Would that be fair?
Yes, potentially. We also had other data points on the other side of the building as well.
Okay. Now, he left whatever that building is and at 2245, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates testimony. There is no testimony. He left that building
Sustained.
and
Okay.
moved to strike.
Strike the question.
The phone points stopped recording at 2245 on October 18th at that site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then where did it go from there, the phone?
There was no location data between 2245 and 2353. And at 2353, we got our first next point of location data, which put the phone south of this location on Highway 20.
How far south?
Distance, I'm not exactly sure. It was just west of Rexburg, basically as Highway 20 goes through Rexburg. Drive time, it was approximately a 7-minute drive time from this church if he had come from the church.
And then further after that, being south of Rexburg, where did you place him then?
He continued south on Highway 20 into Idaho Falls and stopped at the Hilton Garden in Idaho Falls.
And how long did the phone beep in Idaho Falls that evening?
It arrived at the Hilton Garden a little bit after midnight, and stayed there till approximately 10 a.m. the next morning.
So if I understand correctly, at 2353, you had something west of Rexburg,
Yes,
and then you eventually had a phone data indicating that the phone was in Idaho Falls the evening of October 18th. Is that right?
yes. After it was at the church, you're talking about before that.
Well, it was at the church at 2245, correct? The phone?
Yes,
And then you said that there's a gap that you're not able to explain. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And we can't make any presumptions about that gap, can we?
That's correct.
But then what we do have is we have another data point that's west of Rexburg as the next data point at 2353.
That's correct.
And then eventually we have data points indicating that the phone is in a hotel. And what is the time the phone's in the hotel in Rexburg on October 18th?
I would approximately 12:15, though I'd have to look at my report to refresh my memory, but approximately 12:15 it arrives at that hotel.
And that phone remains there until 10 o'clock the next morning in Idaho Falls?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you look into other occasions when Alex Cox's phone was not necessarily on the Daybell property, but near or within a few miles? For example, like at the Salem church, did you look at other occasions when that may have occurred?
I noted the ones in my report where I thought it seemed to be in that vicinity, and that was those 7 occasions. There were other times that he certainly seemed to pass by, see on US Highway 20, going north of there, but I saw nothing that indicated it seemed to make it to be going towards the Daybell residence or be staying in that area.
Other occasions on 1900 or on Salem Road?
I don't recall if there were any others specifically. I don't believe so, or I think I would have noted that.
As part of your investigation, you indicated that on a particular day, Alex Cox seems to have pulled off near a canal closer adjacent to the Daybell property. Do you recall that?
On October 9th, he crossed over he was traveling on 200 North, and he crossed that canal there near the Daybell property. There is a data point near there, and then a second data point. However, I can't say that he stopped there or not. Based on the data that I saw, if he did stop, it couldn't have been more than a minute or two.
So we can't speculate whether so the indication that you talked about a pull off and that there was some gravel there and that would have been the only place he could have pulled off. You can't even say that he stopped there, can you?
No, I cannot.
Okay. I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that concludes cross-examination of the witness. If the state wishes to redirect, you may.
And Your Honor, may I be handed State's Exhibit 299?
Yes, that's the one we just had.
Agent Wright, can you remind the jurors when you became involved in this investigation?
Yes, on November 27th of 2019.
And Your Honor, for ease, I will request permission to publish on the Elmo as well.
And you may.
Investigator Wright, you were just asked some questions regarding these red dots. Do you see the cluster of dots?
Yes, I do.
Is that a building or a residence?
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Agent Wright, through the investigation, did you learn or determine if that was a residence or a building?
I am not sure exactly what it is.
Any indication from the investigation that that building is linked to the church or that that residence is?
Not that I'm aware of.
Any indication that Alex Cox knew anyone in this area other than Chad Daybell?
No.
And again, where those red dots are, where those data points are, given the radius, could a vehicle be in the church parking lot and still be showing data points within a residence?
Yes, those, the data points on the left were GPS data points and they were the most precise. The ones on the right were Wi-Fi data points and they had a margin of error of upwards of 122 meters. And so they, the location of the actual device could be in the church parking lot or somewhere in that general area based on that margin of error.
And do you recall approximately the distance from that church and the parking lot to the Daybell residence?
I believe it's approximately 2.6 miles going up Salem Road.
Through the investigation, did you discover any connection between Alex Cox and Tammy Daybell?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Would the only connection have been Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And council talked to you yesterday about the radius, margin of error. I think some different terms were used. In relation to the data points that you have, again, where did you get those?
I got them from agent Nick Balance, who had put them into the data file. The original source of the data that went into that review file was from Verizon for the cell phone data and from Google for the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com account.
And when the providers provide those data points, is that who determines that radius?
Yes.
And that, again, that isn't something you specifically looked into. You were provided those data points.
Yes, that came from those providers.
And the data you reviewed was linked to a device associated with Alex Cox. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you personally review the any location data in relation to Chad Daybell?
I did not.
Did you review any location data in relation to Lori Vallow?
I did not.
Is it possible other investigators may have?
Yes, absolutely.
And in
When lives are on the line, every second counts. We're always ready when you are.
Quality, Shelley. And that data went to Nick Balance for review. It was only this one particular device that I also reviewed.
And yesterday, you were shown a message that came from an individual identified as Phoebe. Do you recall seeing that message yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall having reviewed those communications previous to yesterday?
Vaguely, yes, that was somewhat familiar to me, but exactly what those were and their meaning, I don't quite recall.
Do you recall in that message it being a request for Chad to help with something?
Yes, I do.
And was that pretty common through the investigation that people would turn to Chad for answers or help?
Yes.
Any indication Melanie and David were in Idaho on September 8th or 9th that you learned of through the investigation?
Judge, objection goes beyond cross.
He specifically asked about Melanie and David Gibb being
All right, Ms.
present.
Blake, I'll make a ruling first before I hear argument, please, but I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Not that I'm aware of.
And council went over again a lot of the West Yellowstone data with you yesterday. In your review of that, what was your belief on whether or not Tylee came back from West Yellowstone?
Judge calls for speculation.
Overruled.
It was my conclusion that she appeared to probably have returned to her residence.
And again, did you know where, through the investigation, did you learn which unit Tylee Ryan was residing in?
Yes, at 175 at 565 Pioneer Road.
Your Honor, if I may publish from 299 again, and again, it being the PowerPoint.
You may.
And when looking at this particular slide, at what time was the device associated with Alex Cox in Unit 175?
On this particular date, which was early in the morning of September 9th, Alex Cox's device appeared there. There were 3 data points for the device, one at 0242 and another one at the same time as 0242, and then another at 337.
And again, based on your review of the data for the months of September and October, was this usual for that device to be there at that time?
No,
And then did you determine after being in Unit 175 where that device went?
yes, the next data points we got that morning were back in 10 and 107 and continued to stay there until approximately 9 a.m. when it left 107 and drove to the Daybell residence.
And as far as being at the Daybell residence, council had talked to you yesterday about this image. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And there was some talk of that driveway. From your review, was there an easy access or tire marks that led from that driveway to where Tylee's remains were located?
I'm sorry, could you clarify your
Yes, sorry.
driveway?
Yes, that, do you see where the car is parked?
I do.
In that driveway, if I'm referring to that one as the longer driveway, does that residence have 2 driveways?
It does.
And is the other one shorter than that one?
Yes.
And can you show us where the other driveway is?
There's a driveway here that leads to an attached garage. And then there is a long one here that doesn't appear to lead to a garage.
And so looking at that longer one, did you see or observe tire marks or something that would lead you to believe that people accessed where Tylee's remains were located from that driveway?
I did not see tire marks that would have led from that driveway out into this back area.
And then if we look up in the left-hand corner where that red data point is, again, did you see tire marks or something that would indicate there would be access from that entry to where Tylee's remains were located?
I recall that there appeared to be ruts, if you will, but fairly faint, if I recall, that seemed to indicate vehicles could access the property from this location. There is a gate there that is wide enough for a vehicle to access the property.
And You were asked about Chad's work schedule. Did you know or did you determine what Chad's regular work schedule was?
I'm not exactly sure. I knew he was a writer,
Do you know whether or not he even had a regular work schedule?
like a specific time he had to appear at an employment or a job, not that I'm aware of.
And I apologize, may I publish again?
Yes, you may.
I think council went over this message with you as well. But as far as Chad having a work schedule, did this message appear to indicate Chad was at his residence?
Yes, it did.
And again, was this message sent around the same time or shortly after the device associated with Alex Cox was at the property?
Yes,
So at least on Monday, September 9th, it appeared Chad would have been at his residence.
it appears from this message. Yes.
And you were asked about whether or not you found the remnants of a raccoon. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In reality, were you ever looking for a raccoon?
No, we had a search warrant for only certain items.
And in
I don't
reality,
believe it included a raccoon.
were you looking for missing children?
Yes.
Did you in fact find those missing children's remains on Chad Daybell's property?
Yes, we found human remains for 2 children on the property, and we seized our search at the property after we found those 2 children.
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, is there any requests for recross?
Judge, I don't think I'm going to request it at this point.
Very well, thank you. That'll conclude the testimony then of investigator Wright. Is he going to remain under subpoena of the state?
No, Your Honor, he may be released.
Okay,
He's not under subpoena from my office, Judge.
okay, thank you. That'll conclude your testimony then, investigator Wright. You can go ahead and step in. Thank you. All right, once you're ready, the state can call its next witness.
State would call Ray Hermasillo.
Very well.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, the witness has been resworn at this point. Detective Hermasillo, I'll ask a few questions before we commence with your direct examination by Mr. Wood. Since this case has been going and you last testified, have you in any way observed any of the trial testimony?
No, Your Honor.
All right, have you talked to anybody else about the testimony they've given during trial? Okay, thank you for confirming that. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
You've already testified, but if you can just briefly remind the jury what you do for a living in Rexburg.
I'm a lieutenant over detectives in Rexburg Police Department.
And were you involved in the search for Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow?
Yes, I was.
Detective, do you recall approximately when Lori Vallow was arrested?
February 20th of 2020.
And do you know where she was what jail she was eventually held in?
Eventually Madison County Jail.
Are you aware if the Madison County Jail has a phone system for people who are in the jail to speak with friends and family?
Yes, they do.
What is that system called?
It's called Intelmate.
Do you have access to Intelmate?
We do.
How do you access Intelmate?
Through the police department, they give us a username and password. And so we log on and we're able to listen to phone calls from inmates.
And so those phone calls are recorded.
They are.
Do you have any ability to alter or change those recordings with your login information?
No, we don't.
As part of your investigation into searching for JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan, did you listen to jail phone calls between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell?
I did.
Why were you doing that?
At that point, we still had 2 missing children. So every day we listened to phone calls between Chad and Lori, and there were multiple phone calls. But we were trying to get any information to the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee at that time.
How often would they speak with each other?
Maybe 10 or 12 times a day.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 392. Counsel has been given a copy already, and I have a courtesy copy for the court.
Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 392?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
A thumb drive that I listen to recordings on. Listen. Yes, ma'am.
Are your initials on that?
No, not on this one.
I might have the actual exhibit, then I'll trade for the courtesy copy, please. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
Are there initials on that exhibit?
Yes, they are.
So you have reviewed the contents of that specific exhibit?
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you ever listen to a jail phone call recorded on June 8th, 2020 at 9:16?
Yes, I did.
Is that what's contained on that exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Is that a true and accurate representation of the jail phone call you listened to?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 392 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, exhibit 392 is admitted.
Detective, I believe you testified you'd listened to many jail phone calls, correct?
Correct.
Just briefly, is there a reason why this jail phone call stuck out to you?
Yes. The content in which you're about to hear, what they were talking about and who they were referencing, stuck out to us, yes.
And we spoke about that this jail phone call was recorded on June 8th of 2020. Do you recall an event that took place on June 9th of 2020?
Yes.
What happened that day?
That was when we served the search warrant on the Daybell property and found Tylee and JJ.
And so did you listen to this June 8th recording before or after June 9th?
It was after June 9th.
And Your Honor, if I may publish by HDMI?
You may.
And Judge, for purposes, I'm going to ask that the entire audio recording be published.
You intend to publish the whole call, Mr. Wood, or an excerpt?
Your Honor, I intended to start the call in at about 6 minutes. I think if Mr. Pryor wants to play the rest during cross, he's certainly welcome to.
Yeah, I would agree. You can publish an excerpt if you'd like, and the entire call has been admitted. And if you wish to play other sections not played by the prosecution, you can do that on cross.
And for the record, Your Honor, I am going to start at 6:10. Or 6:04. So that's where it's gonna let me start.
Visions under pillars of fire. That's what you were reading to me.
Yeah.
Because at the very beginning,
If I can inquire, is that coming through the,
No, it's not.
says, this was all still before the second coming. The Lord had ordained for us to begin the millennial day within Zion and her cities while war and chaos reigned everywhere else. So it was already like the millennium, they were already living colonial way
Like a pocket, yeah.
the whole time.
That's kind of how I've seen it. Is begins with a family, then a neighborhood, then a town, then a city. And New Jerusalem's kind of the best example of that.
Right.
Yeah, it starts small, but grows exponentially.
Mm-hmm.
It's will, and they're doing all they can to destroy one of the key families, but they're not going to.
I mean, there's so much that I know. I was sitting here thinking about that. I know too much.
Yes.
I can't deny it. I know it's just a matter of time. I just don't know what that timing is.
So I texted Ray. He responded pretty quick.
Detective, I'm gonna pause it there. Did you hear Mr. Daybell say I texted Ray?
I did.
It's because my microphone wasn't up here. Yes, I can. Did you hear Mr. Day that he texted Ray?
Yes, I did.
Through your investigation, did you become aware of any individuals of Ray?
Through our investigation, we learned that Alex Cox often went by Ray Lamar. We also associated a Gmail account through phone records back to Alex Cox, and that Gmail was raylamar@gmail.com.
Now, what was the date of this phone call again?
June 8th of 2020.
And was Alex Cox alive or dead at this time?
No, he was deceased.
Do you recall when he died?
December 12th of 2019.
Detective, through your investigation, did you find any information that Chad Daybell claimed to have the ability to speak with people who were deceased?
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Overruled.
Through our investigation, interviews with multiple witnesses that were close to him, through the teachings in his books, he would often talk about how he had the ability to see and speak with people on the other side of the veil.
And Your Honor, I'm going to resume playing at 7:34.
All right, before you do that, Mr. Wood, I think we might be able to assist on the audio.
Your Honor, I'm going to start playing at 7:34, and if the court can let me know if it's coming through the speakers.
All right, thank you.
Oh, that's good. Usually it's hard to get a hold of him. He's busy
Okay.
days.
Yes. But he was, I asked him what we'd talked about. And he's very optimistic.
It was very optimistic for you, or he's very optimistic it could happen.
He's very optimistic for both of us.
He doesn't know his own project timeline.
He said, stick with it. To what he projected in that paper he wrote.
You know, house renovations always take longer than they think.
That's the problem.
I've been watching that Extreme Pools,
Uh-huh.
and the people are like 3 months out. Like,
I mean,
when they estimated they'd have it done, and they're like, well, we had so many problems, we couldn't get to the backyard, we had to pull a crane over the house to get these huge rocks for the waterfall.
I can remember last summer, Taylor Hill, Mark's friend, parents moved into a trailer, like a camping trailer, in their driveway because they were going to build their house by the end of the year. Guess where they're still at?
Really?
They sold their house to their son. And it's just a weird situation, but you're exactly right. Yeah, it takes forever.
Yeah, there's
Mhm.
always something comes up. Well, we didn't know when we dug in your backyard, we were gonna find whatever. And then they're like, we have to redo all the piping, and then we had trouble with this, and then something else happened. So, but they try to make it sound like it wasn't really that long, but it's always like, it's gonna take 3 months. And then 3 months after that, they're like, okay, it took 6 months. You couldn't come in your backyard at all. And now it's not summer anymore. Now it's winter and your pool is finally done.
Right.
Mostly they do it in Florida, places like that. But. So he's optimistic about his construction problem, or construction
Problems.
not problems, but plan. His
Yeah,
construction plan, the blueprints are still intact.
yes.
Their timing.
And I kind of just said, I texted him what you just said is, you guys are always a little off.
Right, exactly. We just want a real estimate.
Right.
What do
He
you say?
just laughed. Did a
So he
little-
did not confirm nor deny that fact. That contractors are always
Oh,
later than they think they're gonna be.
He's like, it'll work out, how he is. He did want me to say he misses you. But he's not far from, contact. We can talk, we can text him whenever he wants.
Yeah, I can't text anybody. Have text.
It
You
was,
text for me. That's like me telling you, I need you to tell this person and talk to this person.
I'll text him back. But he's optimistic. I want to go visit him and grab him by the throat and say, really?
Can he? I know he's optimistic, but can he just make us any guarantees? I mean, we did make our down payments and everything else.
Guarantee.
It was like a guarantee, just an end date of our project.
Well, he knows you pretty well. So he just laughs. No, I asked him what he thought of the video project. He said it was really nice. He loved it.
Oh, good.
Detective, through your investigation, were you aware of any type of video put out about Alex Cox around this time?
Not around June 8th. But shortly after Alex Cox died, his sister Summer Shiflett made a YouTube video with clips of Alex, photos throughout his life, and put it to music. And so we viewed that early on in the investigation, but that's what is being referred to here.
Judge, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation. He can't speculate is what it calls for.
Untimely, overruled.
And Judge, I had stopped playing at 12:13. I'm gonna recommence playing at 12:13.
You may.
Yeah, oh, that's good. Although I never heard that song before. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's just something on like iMovie or something that's on your phone.
Exactly, yeah.
Like one of the backgrounds that you can
Church
use or something.
background, just a happy one, yeah.
I
Mhm.
don't know, because I've never even heard that one, or I've never seen the app, but I know people can do that. iMovie, it was always on my iPhone. I just didn't ever click on it.
Yeah. The
So,
frustratingly optimistic, I guess is.
so frustrating for us.
Yeah,
We're gonna be
that's what I
completed.
mean.
Thanks for completing your project on time. Will they get a bonus? They do it.
Oh, yeah, we'll give him a bonus. It was good. It was good to talk. You know, I hadn't texted him in a while. So,
So he would still answer all my questions in the same way, you think, if I texted him?
I think you ought to write down some questions for him and maybe even mail them off and see what happens. See if he'll respond to you. I have no doubt. Don't forget President Holland's talk. That snippet. He seemed like he wants to text you if he could. Yeah, it's all true. That's all I can say. They haven't forgotten.
I know they want to work on their project and they're not too happy and thinking, you know, that's how I felt about, oh, just like, I'm busy.
Well, true
I'm
for that.
It's good. It's good. You know what I'm saying?
No, he's still very interested. He hasn't like forgotten about us.
I know he has other projects, so I don't know how much time that takes. but-
He's involved in this latest batch.
Wow. Remind him when you do text him back that at the beginning of this project, he said there was only like a 3% chance that there would be trouble from certain aspects. And then there's like 100% trouble because that's where it all started. So find out about that.
Right.
See what he has to say for himself on that issue. And you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do.
Recall what I'm talking about?
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
Judge, I'm gonna stop at 16:35. Detective, who is asking who to obtain information in that snippet we just heard?
Lori was asking Chad for information.
Your Honor, I'm gonna continue playing at 16:35.
You may.
So I want to know why that is 100% instead of 3% chance of having a problem.
I think he was somewhat right in that. The other aspect was other people. It was a combination.
I know it was a combination. I'm not saying there were other problems, obviously. It's of the location. But what I'm saying is that it's a combination of only, 5 problems.
I agree.
That was a big one.
It was a big one. Uh-huh.
So my faith in those kinds of guarantees are lower.
Me too.
And beggars can't be choosers, I get that, but you know what I'm saying.
Mhm.
It's not like I get to pick the colors of everything that I want. He's just gonna have to figure it out.
Right.
Since I'm here and I can't be in charge of the project. So
Mhm. Yeah. I've thought back on that entire scenario.
we went over the plan and the blueprint
Mm-hmm.
and
And yeah, he said that wouldn't be a problem.
right.
Hmm. Yeah.
What to take on that.
Oh,
Why was that?
it really was.
Right.
No, I don't doubt that. It's just strange how it blossomed. So
So go ahead.
you go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say, so you think it was meant to have complications and meant to go that direction?
At some point, yeah.
Well, then you should have said, hey, this is a 99% chance that we're gonna have trouble with this soil,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's all we were asking.
Well,
Could this potentially be good, or do we have to fill it with sand?
I think we sensed that we shouldn't take it lightly, and I don't think we did. I mean, we only discussed the matter with the trouble once, and I thought we cut it off and did well, and now that problem is kind of causing its own trouble for itself.
Right. But there's other things in the project where when I'm going back over it, right, that I could have easily done or been inspired to do to avoid a lot of the issues that are gonna come up with that.
Yeah.
That we weren't made aware of, so You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I
So
do.
it was meant to go this way, you think, is what I'm saying.
I do. It's terrible. Minor changes here and there, but overall, this was part of the blueprint. I mean, just
What?
oh, I just wish it hadn't been. But I'm thinking of previous blueprints where the people weren't warned either. It's maddening. No raise in that contractor position for a reason, and it's he's not gonna drop us for another project.
Well, can't he like forcibly use a hand, punch some people in the face and get some things done? Some people in particular, like the 3%er person?
I don't think he wants to be violent, but Mhm.
Well, I'm not saying be violent, I'm saying get their attention.
He did. What he did was kind of mute her effect. He I don't know, just kind of kept her in her place for quite a while, to the point it almost diffused any value of her.
Not talking about that. In the beginnings, going back over the whole blueprint and all the things that we've been, I don't know what the word is, when you go through it. Anyway, a lot of that stuff could have been avoided.
Yeah.
Just minor tweaks.
Yes.
And I don't know why it had to go down this road to where we are now in the project.
Mm-hmm. I know. I don't fully understand. I think he'd text you back or write you back.
Ultimately, what I need from you is that the project is going to be finished and everything is going to be fine and it's going to work out.
That's what he said.
Well, I need you to tell me that every day, several times.
Okay. My sweet, lovely Lola. Things are going to work out. Not just because he says so, but because I know so. It's a marvelous plan. Slight
How do you know so?
hiccup. How do I know? been shown to me, honey. I've seen those beautiful eyes filled with tears as she sings to amazing groups of people. And I've seen that wonderful body dance to heavenly songs.
Your Honor, I'm stopping at 2641. Detective, in that conversation, who is asking who for assurances?
Lori was asking Chad, and we found that throughout multiple phone calls. She would ask Chad for assurance.
And who said they had seen the plan?
The defendant, Chad Daybell.
Your Honor, I'm starting again at 2641.
Your purpose is only beginning, it's hardly begun. And it will be the pair, it won't be solo. And it's going to be incredible.
Be cholo and not solo.
That's right. Yep. It will be the Eurythmics. No solo careers. I'm just absolutely sure. I was saying it will be the Eurythmics. It won't be two solo careers.
I know, but I'm saying, you said you have absolute what? Confidence?
Absolute assurity, confidence, confirmation. It's going to be as seen. There's some things that aren't going to be altered. Your value is tremendous, immense, and needed in every way. You're tremendous, my love. I know that is a fact. I think you underestimate yourself. I'm not trying to give you a big head or ego because you don't have one. You just are spectacular, and the Lord is going to use those talents. You're on earth at this time for that purpose. I'll try to call you back so we can pray. Okay.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Council, before we begin cross here, I think this would be an appropriate time to take our mid-morning recess. So let's go ahead and do that. It's right at 10 o'clock. So if we could start up again, we'll try for 10:25 to be back with cross-examination.
All I can say is thank heaven we don't have to listen to Chad and his little, I'm a little innocent boy, sweet talk with Lori. That was pretty nauseating. Okay, let me see about calling the court.
You have reached the First District in Juvenile Courts. We are open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some important information and answers can be found by visiting our website at www.utcourts.gov. Again, that is www.utcourts.gov, where you can make payments, find court forms and court and calendar information, and find other court-related help. Questions and requests can be emailed to boxelder_PO@utcourts.gov. If you need to speak with someone, please remain on the line, or you may select number 2. Thank you. First District Court, this is Lisa. How can I help you?
Is Amber available?
Let me see, just a moment. You have reached Amber Katusi with the First District Court. Please leave a message. Thank you. Is not available to take your call. Please leave a message after the tone. Press the pound.
Well, that's not very useful because it's a little complex to leave on a message. So, let me call back.
You have reached the First District and Juvenile Courts. We are open Monday. First District Court, how may I help you?
Yes, I tried calling a few minutes ago to see if Amber could help answer a few questions, but she wasn't available. I'm trying to find out about the James Brenner hearing, which is scheduled. It's scheduled as a preliminary hearing, but he's already taken a plea deal. And
He has not entered a plea yet.
well, it's going to be entered. Is it standard?
Right.
Is it standard to keep the preliminary open until the plea has been entered?
Well, in this case it is because this. So I'm Judge Maynard's criminal clerk, so you were probably looking for me before.
Okay, sweet.
So since he's a federal inmate, we have to do writs and things like that to get him here.
Yes.
And to change the hearing would mean to have to change.
Oh,
the writ. So
okay, got you.
leave the writ how it was.
Got you.
Yes.
Yes.
The best course of action. So the hearing is still called a prelim, but he'll come in and if they've entered some kind of resolution, the judge will accept that on the record, or
Okay.
the judge will just do it, whatever the judge will do.
Okay, and is still going to be a preliminary for the assault charges that separate?
I'm not sure. The state will just have to. That's up to.
Okay,
I mean,
I thought possibly it might have been dismissed as part of the plea. So,
and it may be that would all just be addressed on the record.
Do you know if he was convicted on the federal charges? Because I lost track of the days when his trial was going on, and I called on I checked on the second day of what was supposed to be his trial, and it wasn't on the docket. And so I was wondering if that had been postponed or.
I actually don't know.
Okay.
About his federal.
Okay.
Case.
Well, if it didn't take place, he'd be in federal custody, and if he's convicted, then he would be in federal custody. So it may or may not change after entering the plea. It'll be interesting to see. So that'll still happen as scheduled today at 1:30.
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your help.
You're welcome.
Okay.
You have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Okay, so that's what the court had to say, and so that's why it hasn't been changed from a preliminary to a different kind of hearing, because it would have started the clock back on the 30 days. So that makes lots of sense. So I will plan on leaving in about 2 hours to drive up there to Brigham City for the hearing, and Jess is going to babysit the stream in case my computer does something like quit or reboot or something like that, and so she can use the link to pull up the video and restart it, so we won't have any trouble with that. And so I think that we won't have to worry about tomorrow and Friday, because I'm pretty sure that everything will be resolved in this hearing this afternoon. So great news. So let's go look at my little playlist here. Let's listen to the Tylee Ryan interview. Or do we want to do the Lori Vallow interview? Jess and I were talking, and she was talking about how, oh, well, this is individual interviews, not the interview with Lori and Tylee together. So, well, let's go for the Lori interview first. So,
So just make it easier so you don't have to.
Sweet.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank
But
you.
I'll be helping, yes. So if you want to-
Yeah, Moffitt's using the other one,
Okay.
so you'll be, Brendan's gonna monitor for him.
Okay, so just run out this way.
Okay.
If there's anything, but if, you know.
Perfect.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. I know, you know what, it was such a struggle for she'd be in hospital, you go back to school, I try to talk to the teachers, but in high school, they don't care. They're
They
like,
don't care.
you're not here to do the work, or don't, like, they don't care. They're
Well, and I
so
think
loyal.
with high school, it's like, they're just pumping.
But
kids
when
through.
she was in elementary and junior high, all the teachers worked with her, they were nice about it, but by high school, there's so many kids that just don't care. And I was like, just take it, you're so smart, let's just take it and see if you pass it. She passed it, like.
And got a really good score.
Yeah, she passed it with like college ready in every category the first time.
Well, and now she can do what she wants, so
Exactly.
she's better off that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know Laura's your first name, right? Lauri.
Lori.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow. Vallow.
And your date of birth? And your phone number? And you live at the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, I know this sounds silly, but it's probably the easiest way to start, is just to tell me what happened. And then, so you can start what makes the most sense to you, and we'll just work our way through, and I'm gonna ask you a bunch of questions just to kind of clarify.
Sure.
So I know you talked to the initial patrol officer,
And he just got information. He didn't say
Okay.
anything.
So yeah, if you can just kind of tell me kind of what happened. It sounds like some of this may have started last night or something along those lines. So
Right.
start where you think it makes the most sense.
Okay, so,
I told you, it's a crazy question.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we
Okay.
were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Right? Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me,
what kind of threats?
Just you'd have to read them to see, but he's always mad at me, right? And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is. So we married for 14 years, we dealt with it for 14 years, of him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her, a lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming Wednesday night, all of a sudden. I want to see JJ. And I told him, I said, I will never keep JJ from you. You can come see whatever you want to. Come take him to school, whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that.
So when you initially moved, he had said he was going to buy you a house. So you moved here with your
he was going to rent us a house.
And so you moved.
All my family lives here. So we lived here for a long time.
Okay.
And then he moved us to Houston.
Okay.
And we were there with my son. He was out of school. He didn't have any of his like services, his DDD, his anything. He like ripped him out of school and said, we're moving.
Okay.
And I didn't go with him at first. And he took him. And I let him take him, and I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing for the past 7 years, because men need to do that. You know, I have 5 kids, I have grown kids, I have grandkids. Like, okay, you're going to threaten me that you're not going to let me see my child without supervised visitation? Okay, do it for 30 days and see how long it lasts. You're begging me to come pick him up.
Yeah.
But she did. She's like, come back and whatever. So I moved in with them to Houston for the family, you know, and Tylee went with me. We drove to Houston from here and left all our family and all his support, all my son's support, like his cousins, everything. And we were there, and I enrolled him in school there. I tried to start all his services, and it takes forever.
Yeah.
You know, it takes so long to get that done.
There's no easy transferring.
There's no easy transfer.
You start from the beginning.
It's a totally new thing. Yeah. And he didn't do any of it in those 30 days. So he just had gone without services, without even applying. And I'm like, do you even realize? Because he didn't ever do it in the first place. I did it. Long story. I'll keep it short. He hasn't been here in a couple weeks since we moved in. Okay. He came. He was very nasty when he was there, but he travels for business. So he went back to the Houston house, and he's like, I'm coming on Wednesday night, and I'm going to come pick up JJ and take him to school Thursday, pick him up Thursday, take him Friday, whatever. And I said, Casey wanted to come to the house. And I said, you can't come stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. She's a minor. She has to live here.
Yeah. So
because he gets in huge fights up there.
Okay.
And she hates him. And so I'm like, you can't stay at the house. So I will book you a hotel, because he stays in hotels all the time because he travels for business, and the business pays for it. Right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers in their retirement plans, but he goes to them at their school. He mostly works in California.
Okay.
No matter where we live. And we lived in Hawaii. He'd work in California. He'd work in Texas. He has like books of business in different areas. And so he just goes wherever. It kind of just gives him freedom that he doesn't have to stay home every day and take care of special needs. Yeah. It's like an excuse. Okay. Right? So I've done that myself for the last 7 years anyway. And I was a single mom before I married him with my 2 kids. Yeah. And he had 2 kids. We got married, tried to make a family. Yeah. Anyway. So he said he was coming last night all day. Yeah. I got him back into his school. His services, I met with the yesterday, and they finally are getting his services back, but we're paying $125 a day to have him back at school because he's so out of his routine. He's been a nightmare. That's kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, that was good, because I didn't hear from him. And then he came over in the morning and he's like banging on the door. I'm like, oh great, here we go, And I was just gonna be nice. I'm just gonna be nice as possible. And I had JJ stuff all ready for school. And so,
do you remember about what time he got there?
He said he'd be there 7:30, but it was more like 7:40ish or 7:35. I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr. On
Punctual.
time. Yes. So I was like, okay. And then JJ was like, oh, Dad. And then he was like, Mommy, and ran to me and was holding me. He's like, you're not taking me to school. And I was like, it's okay, Daddy can just drive you to school. It's not a big deal. Just trying to make it whatever.
Calm.
Yeah, calm. And then he was just being real smirky and real jerky, to me. And I was like ignoring him, whatever. And so he was like,
your brother lives there with you?
No.
Okay.
He had stayed with me last night because I was worried he was going to come over and cause trouble with me.
Okay.
And just wanted someone else there, my brother there, because I trust my brother. And it's been a long story. I had to go live at my brother's when he took JJ, and he's just been difficult. So anyway, so I got JJ stuff ready. And he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes because it's 15 minutes to the school, and you can't get there early. They don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. He wanted chicken fries for breakfast and a Sprite. And I just give him what he wants, because if you don't give him what he wants, then it's on the floor screaming, dragging him into school. And he's big and he's heavy, and it was hard for me to handle. But anyway, so I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car,
okay,
in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was giving me my phone, and I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 whatever. Because he's acting really weird, he's plotting something against me. I'm like, why are you even here? What did you come here for? He's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Do you even talk to him? My other brother. And he's been telling me all these texts, you're going down, blah, 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 blah. He's blaming me for our marriage breaking up and my niece getting divorced and my friend getting divorced. He said, I'm a destroyer of families because I want everybody to get divorced. I'm like, what would my motivation be for people getting divorced? So I could babysit the kids more? Why would I have any control over what people do?
Yeah.
So it's just very odd. But anyway, he goes nuts. He's gone nuts on us a lot of times. Tylee and I have had to leave with JJ over the years, probably 5 times, and just stay in a hotel for 2 days because he goes nuts. You don't know what's going to set him off. Whatever. And she's mad at me for always going back. But we had JJ, and he's special needs, and it's really hard. It's even harder to get rid of yourself.
So when you say he goes nuts, that can mean a lot of different things.
Right.
So goes nuts yelling and screaming.
Yeah,
goes
yelling
nuts,
and screaming.
Breaking things.
Yes.
Goes nuts physical violence.
He's never really, besides grabbing us and pushing us, but not punching us or something, but with Tylee, he has gotten physical
Okay.
before, and with my grown son,
Like physical how?
like got into a physical fist fight with my son when he was 16,
Okay.
and he came after Tylee 2 times in Hawaii,
Okay.
and like went like he was gonna hit her, but then I got in between them.
Uh-huh.
Right.
How old was she when that happened?
Probably 13 and 14.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and.
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone, he was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text
Mhm.
that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that. And so Tylee came out of her room upset and she had a bat. And she told him to leave her mother alone, like, right? So she was really whatever. And he's screaming at her, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, 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 blah. And then my brother heard all the commotion because he was in there. And so he came out into the main room and I guess whatever.
What's your brother's name?
Alex.
Alex, okay.
And then he just started, he was screaming and he was super upset and whatever. And he's yelling at Tylee, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, blah, blah. And so Tylee, I guess, I don't know if she swung at him or what, but he like grabbed the bat from Tylee and then went to like hit Tylee with the bat. It was, and I was right there, they were right there, and my brother grabbed him from behind, like just to stop him from hitting Tylee.
You go like this, like he grabbed him like.
Yeah, from behind, like just kind of to pull him back. And then they got into the thing and he's hitting him with the bat and they're on the ground like grappling around or whatever. And then
it doesn't take much. Helping the ASPCA give an answer.
I mean, that was all
and he
quickly.
And he hit your brother with the bat while they were grappling and stuff?
Yeah, yes, he was hitting him with the bat, like swinging the bat, you know, back and forth, and they were kind of like on the ground, and I was like freaking out trying to go around, knowing JJ was in the car, right? And so then he got up and he had the bat like this towards me, and I was going around the other side to try to just get out of his range where he couldn't hit me. And then I had told Tylee, because she was on the ground, because after he took the bat from her, she fell back. And so I told her, I was like, go get in the car with JJ. Like, I don't want JJ coming in to the house, or, and I wanted her out of the way. I wanted the kids out of the way of whatever this fight was going to be. And then,
do you remember what your husband or your brother were saying or yelling during all of this? If they were at all?
Just kind of, get off me, ow, or whatever, you know, whatever. They were like, don't talk to my niece about whatever. Like, it was, I don't remember specifics, but they were kind of both, they were kind of in the heat of it. I don't think there was many words that I remember.
So Tylee goes outside.
Yeah, she was outside.
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me to that and yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly. And then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards.
Like he was swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontwards.
Okay, yeah.
He was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Tylee to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, But yeah, and then I was kind of turned around. And we were all right there in that room, except for the kids had been outside by that time, and I heard the gunshot. And
so you heard the shot? Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him and so back around. So I don't know if he went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
And was freaking out.
Yeah.
And so I was just freaking out, and it just went into mama. I'm like, I've got to go to get JJ to school. I've got to get to the kids. I just felt like I got to get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there. Okay, I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in. And Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened. And I told her to get in the car and we're going to take JJ to school. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like it all happened very quickly. I feel like I was there because I was right there, and like a second later, like I just went around the kitchen to get away from him.
Did your brother say anything to you at all? Do you remember?
No, we were both just in shock.
Okay.
Like it was just I didn't say anything. I went out with the kids just to check on them first, and I was gonna come back in maybe, but I didn't. I was like, I just have to get him to school and call the police and come back, whatever.
Did anybody say did you or your brother say anything at some point about calling the police or calling 911? Do you remember?
Yeah, he called me.
Okay.
And he said, "Are you taking JJ to school?" And I said, "Yeah, we need to call the police." And he said, "Okay."
Okay. So he called you when you didn't come back inside, basically?
Right.
Okay.
Because I was like in the car for a minute, and then I was like, what do I do? And I didn't want JJ to go inside, and I didn't know what to do. And Tylee was freaking out. I was trying to get them away from the scene.
Understandable. And you may not know this, so, because I know you heard the shot, do you know at what point your brother had the gun? Do you know if he had it when they got in their first fight, or did he have to go get it, or do you know that at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And do you remember if you ever heard your brother?
I didn't see him ever leave the room.
Okay.
So it was so fast. All that was so fast. Like him on the ground, rolling around, and I'm screaming. And
this probably happened in a couple seconds.
Yeah, it was like super fast.
And I don't know if you know this or not. Does your brother normally carry a gun? Like I carry a gun everywhere I go.
Right. Like I know he's a gun person. Like he has guns and things.
Okay.
He's good with guns.
Did you know that he had one with him?
No.
When he came over?
No, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did, because he's very, very professional with guns.
Proficient, professional. Responsible is usually a good
right, but responsible with guns.
And then, do you remember if at any time, so you were trying to get away from him, and you heard the shot. Prior to the shot, do you remember at any point hearing your husband or your brother saying anything to either of them?
No.
DSW has the perfect shoes for all your summer plans, like eye-catching colors for nights out.
So my second very ridiculous question is there anything else that I didn't ask about, or anything that we didn't cover that you think is important? I always ask that just because I wasn't there, and so we're going through something that happened a super small amount of time.
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
Just thinking. Just that. He was just so angry, like super scary.
Did you?
You know how you take your phone away from like a 16-year-old and they freak out, like their world disintegrates. Like I've taken my phone away from a 16-year-old boy before, and he's like wanted to kill himself because like they kidnapped him. That's how it was. It was like is something on his phone that he does not want me to see, that he was like freaking out, like to the point where I thought he would hit me in the back of the head to get the phone.
Okay. So you thought, and not, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you thought it was possible that he was going to hurt you.
Absolutely, he was going to hurt me and Tylee.
Okay.
Not JJ. He would never hurt JJ.
Okay.
And he hurt my brother. Like he was going like ballistic about. It was bad.
Okay. I'm gonna go talk to her real quick.
Okay.
And then if obviously, we'll be here for a little bit, hopefully not too much longer. But if you think of anything or there's anything that kind of pops in your head or something else that we didn't cover, obviously. So I'm gonna go talk to her for just a little bit, and then I'll kind of come back and check with you. And then we'll kind of go from there. So I know my partner's talking to your brother over in one of the other interview rooms. So we're going to just try to get, as much done as we can and go from there. Okay. And then is there anybody that you need to call or anything, or you want to wait a little bit?
I don't know what I would say.
And wait a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't know what I would say.
And if you want to, you can think about it. So we do have victim services that work within the police department. They're right over here. They're not cops, they're civilians. And they do, Jessica, who was out there with the fire department, so they're kind of our crisis response. They come right away. So our victim services that work in the department are kind of more long-term type support system. So they're just a really good resource because they do a lot of stuff with our families and things like that, and can help with support services and questions you might have.
She's been through so much.
So it might be a good
I
idea.
just can't stand for her to have to go through all this.
Yeah, it might be a good idea maybe before I take you guys back today that I get one of them to come in and maybe sit and talk with you guys and see. And it's not something there's a bunch of stuff they can, offer, but it's good to have a contact and like a name and a face and a phone number. That way maybe a couple days from now, a week from now, or if there's something going on or you think you need help with something, it may not be something that's necessarily up like me and my partner's alley, but it very much may be up theirs. So I'd like for you to meet one of them before we leave. That way, hopefully if there's something that they can help you and your daughter with, they can, or even JJ or whatever else.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I haven't even thought about him.
Yeah. So
I mean, he's used to him not being there, but he wouldn't understand even if you told him.
Right.
Like that somebody passed away, he doesn't understand what
that means. Well, I mean, it's hard at 7 to understand that
anyway. That's true, but with him, he just doesn't, which is probably better because he doesn't comprehend things, but I don't know. It's just, it's a lot to think about.
Yeah. So let me go find one of them, and then we'll make sure that you guys get to meet with them before you leave, because that might be something very helpful for you guys. And I'm going to go speak with your daughter for just a little bit, and we'll kind of go from there. Okay? And if you need anything, let me know, okay? Okay. To you guys, so you guys can talk for a little bit, which kind of works well too, because I need to run over to where my partner's at and just talk to him a little bit. That way you guys will have a little bit, hopefully, extra support if you need it. So I'm going to go grab Denise real fast and then introduce you guys. Okay?
Going somewhere? Here are the 3 shoes you need for any summer vacation. A comfy sneaker for the plane.
She's gonna take you over to like a conference room so you guys can sit and talk and stuff. And then you can just, once you guys talk and kind of, you can decide if you're comfortable with Tylee coming in or whatever.
Okay, sure.
And then we'll
I just don't want her to be left alone in there by herself.
Yeah.
She's freaking out. Okay.
So we keep kind of popping in and checking on her and
I
stuff.
just don't want her to be alone too long.
Yeah.
We'll be as brief for as long as you want, okay? I'm here to try to, you got lots of choices when you talk, so we'll just get started and then then we'll go from there. That sound okay? All right, thanks.
They handed me this, but that was just out of his remote control.
We tend to do strange things sometimes.
%92 of people who have tingling or numbness in hands or feet are missing the warning signs of decaying nerves.
Hi. Hi. So you have to spell your name because we're all taking guesses on how to spell it. We're not sure.
Tylee.
Okay, I was right. And what's your last name?
Ryan, Ryan.
And your birthday? And then, do you have a phone?
Yeah.
What's your phone number? Okay. So I know this is going to kind of sound like kind of a silly question because it's super broad. But can you basically tell me what happened today? And you can start at whatever place makes sense for you to kind of start and explain. I'll probably kind of ask you questions as we go a little bit.
So I woke up probably around like 7:15
50, I want to say, because I heard yelling from like right outside my door. I don't even know what I heard, but I immediately like jumped up, and I have a baseball bat because when I was living at my uncle's by myself, I just wanted something to like feel safer, and I'm not old enough to get like pepper spray or anything, so I was like, okay, I'll get a baseball bat. So I have that.
So your bedroom, you said that right outside your bedroom door, and I didn't go in the house, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage. So what is your bedroom door open to?
My bedroom door open, so the room that my uncle was staying in, the room that's kind of like the guest room, if my room's right here, that's right there.
Okay.
And then my little brother's room, and then kitchen's kind of back here, so it's like a little hallway, and then right here is kind of where everything happened.
Okay.
Like the big, you walk in and...
Like big great room, kind of living room?
Yeah, right now it just has mirrors up because my mom wanted a dance room.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Kind of unconventional, but...
Hey, whatever makes you happy. It's your guys' house, so...
Right. So, yeah, I immediately just jumped up and I grabbed my baseball bat and I opened the door, and it was my stepdad, you know, outside the doorway, and then my uncle kind of in the doorway, and then I could hear my mom behind him. And he was just screaming at both of them, like, I don't even know what he was saying, because honestly I was just too, like wired, I guess. So I told him to take a few steps back. I was like, you're too close, you need to step back. And he was like, don't tell me what to do. And I just kind of just stood there, and then my uncle kind of moved out of the way, and then my mom kind of went past him and into, like, the big room.
Okay.
Where everything happened, and so I walked with them, and then I...
So they were more in the hallway?
Yeah, they were at, like, the end of the hallway,
Okay.
basically. And so my mom walked all the way around, and he kind of followed them, and I just kind of stood. My uncle was, like, right here, and then my stepdad right here, and then me and my mom were kind of right here. And I didn't do anything with the baseball bat. I kind of just held it there, and he was getting really close to my mom, so I kind of stuck it out, like, between them, and they were both just yelling, and he was like, if you hit me with that baseball bat, you're gonna go to jail. And I just kind of stood there with the baseball bat, and I didn't really say anything.
When you said they were yelling, who was yelling?
It was mostly my stepdad.
Okay.
Well, he was really the only one, like, yelling.
Mm-hmm.
My mom was kind of, like, responding, but I honestly couldn't tell you what they were saying. It was kind of just, like, all jumbled up in my head. And so I just kind of stuck the baseball bat out there, and then he just grabbed it and tried to take it. So I held on to the end, and then eventually I fell, and he kind of took it into his hands like he was going to do something with it. And that's when...
So when you fell, he ended up with the bat?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I fell to the ground, and then my uncle kind of, like, I saw him take a step back, so my uncle, I think, grabbed him and kind of took him back so he couldn't, like, do anything.
You saw your stepdad, like, take a step back?
Take a step back, because he was really close
Okay.
to begin with, and then and so my mom said to go with JJ, and so I ran out the door, and then I kind of just stood there with my little brother. He was in the front seat of the car, and so I just kind of opened the door and just stood there, and, like, he was trying to get out, and I was like, no, we have to stay. We have to stay in. And I was like, oh, like, I told him, like, do you want to go in the Jeep? And then he was like, no. And then I realized that my car was blocked in, so I couldn't anyways. I was like, okay, like, just stay here. And then eventually my mom came out, and then we left from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened inside of the house? Has your mom kind of explained it all to you?
I just kind of asked her, like, because I heard a noise, which I know what it was now, but it sounded like, because I knew that the baseball bat was in there, it sounded like someone, like, took it and hit it really hard against the floor.
Okay.
And so I was kind of like, Al's okay, right? Because that's my uncle. So I just wanted to make sure that, like, my stepdad didn't do anything to my uncle and stuff. And so she was like, no, like, Al's fine. Like, we're just going to take JJ to school. And I was like, okay. So I just got in the car, and then we went to Burger King because my little brother wanted breakfast, which was chicken fries for no reason.
Okay. I do dinner for breakfast all the time.
Breakfast for dinner and dinner for breakfast.
So to kind of back up a little bit, so you had talked about your stepdad, when you put the bat out, your stepdad was coming towards your mom. Can you describe to me a little bit better kind of what was going on there? Like, is there a reason you put the bat up?
Yeah, he was walking towards my mom, and I just didn't want him to do anything, so I kind of just stuck out the bat. Like, my mom was right beside me, and he was right there, so it wasn't, like, between them.
Okay.
It was kind of just, like, I just stuck it out to be, like, keep your distance, kind of.
When you say you didn't want him to do anything, what did you think he was going to do?
Hit her.
Okay.
Yeah, it's...
Okay, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We've extended the morning recess to take up some administrative matters. In addition, council's been working on a proposed exhibit that would be proffered through the next witness that's not currently on the stand. However, in the interest of time and efficiency, there's been a request that the court consider a motion in limine ruling on a section of that exhibit. And so this is an appropriate motion to be heard outside the presence of the jurors. And I believe there's a contested issue on the exhibit. So at this time, what I'd like to do, if council's ready, is to have the state reference what is going to be proffered in the exhibit through an offer. The court will review that. I'll hear whether or not there's an objection to that section of the exhibit from the defense, and then I'll make a ruling so that we can have this exhibit, that particular slide ruled on before the witness that would introduce the exhibit is on the stand. So if that's an okay manner in which to proceed, Ms. Blake, are you gonna be arguing the motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'd like to go ahead and argue your motion at this point then, and reference which slide you believe is going to be contested here, and then I'll hear from the defense.
And Your Honor, may I remain seated at council table?
Yes.
So within this PowerPoint, it would be slide 18 that is the contested slide. I've handed the court a courtesy copy of the printout of the original exhibit. The actual exhibit will be placed on a thumb drive once we've made any additional modifications as required. It's slide 18 of 45 slides. It's the state's understanding that council would have an objection to this. I don't know if the court wants to hear what the objection would be first, or if the court would like the state to proffer why we believe that it would be admissible.
I think perhaps, Ms. Blake, if you would describe what slide 18 is showing, so we have that in the record, and then I'll hear whether or not there is an objection from the defense. I'll hear the objection, and then I'll hear a response from the state to the objection if there is one. So what is it on slide 18?
Thank you, Your Honor. On slide 18, it references a internet search conducted on the Homer J. Maximus account by Alex, the 6.5 Grendel drop from 100 to 200 yards, and also a visit to a site drop from 100 to 300 yards. This is in reference to the October 9th incident. Additionally, on the slide, there are two images. The images show an overview, an aerial photo essentially of the Daybell property. Within the Daybell property, we've heard before about the two driveways. There is one longer driveway, one shorter driveway. These particular images show a measurement to the end of the longer driveway from a tree on the property. They also show, the second photo shows a measurement from the end of the driveway, so closest to the house and furthest from the house, those 2 points on the driveway, and a measurement to that tree. Then beneath them, it references distance from tree to end of driveway, 312 feet or 104 yards. The other one, distance from tree to corner of sidewalk, 189 feet, 63 yards. And then would the court like to hear argument?
I'll hear from the defense at this time. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review slide 18?
Yes, Judge.
And is there an objection to that part of this proposed exhibit?
Yes, Judge.
I also don't even know if I clarified on the record, what is the proposed exhibit number, Ms. Blake?
It is 398.
Exhibit 398. Thank you for clarifying that. So we're discussing slide 18 of exhibit 398, proposed, not yet admitted. Mr. Pryor, any argument as to why you think that would not, should not come in?
Judge, the discussion that took place from the previous witnesses talked about the driveway that's identified off of Salem Road, and the words Salem Road are on this proposed exhibit, and that's the short driveway. That's where the state presented evidence regarding the paintball gun and then the encounter Ms. Daybell had with the paintball gun. I don't see any relevance with putting a measurement at the end of the long driveway, and even just because it was mentioned. But Judge, every aspect of this property was mentioned. And what the state is trying to do is trying to take an arbitrary point at the beginning of the long driveway and then another arbitrary point at the end of the long driveway, and extending that out to the area where J.J. Vallow's remains were found without any information or any evidence whatsoever to suggest that there was ever any attempt or even a plan to engage in some sort of a shooting out there. And the state has presented nothing, at least at this point, to suggest that. And they can't just take an arbitrary point, Judge. That would allow them to take an arbitrary point at any point of the property, measure out 200 to 300 yards anywhere, and that's really what they're doing here. And then there is no relevance to this. And again, it's merely designed to just inflame the jury and try to support their so-called theory that that paintball gun was something other than a paintball gun.
All right, Ms. Blake, what's the response from the state on the objection to slide 18?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's response, first, the state would respond that there absolutely has been evidence presented. Tammy's own words, she refers to it as a rifle. She also uses the word paintball gun. She also uses the word gun. She says a person was standing there pointing it at her, pulling the trigger. She also indicates the person was standing there shooting at her. She references that she had fear. In addition to that, the state would indicate that this driveway absolutely became an issue during the testimony of Detective Kaikamanu. As part of the cross-examination, a significant length of time was spent on the driveways. There was some done on redirect, but the bulk of that was done through cross-examination. There's also been testimony regarding Alex purchasing a ghillie suit that could be a cover. There's also evidence of the Homer J. Maximus account searching Grendel 6.5 drop from certain locations, including long-distance shots. There's been testimony regarding the shooting ranges and some of the distances that were being practiced or where a device associated with Alex was. However, the state's main argument is, I think, given the questioning done by defense counsel of several witnesses suggesting the shooting ranges were done in preparation for hunting, that a hunting license may have been obtained, as well as during the testimony of Detective Kaikamanu on cross, there were questions about the potential that Chad Daybell was a target and the vehicle driven. So I think at this point, the door has been open for the state to be able to talk about the potential that the tree would be a place where an individual could be concealed while matching up with the searches done by the device associated with Alex Cox and in line and around the time that these trips to the shooting range were taking place. So given that, I do think that this is admissible and the door has been open for it.
All right, thank you. So I've considered this exhibit 398, proposed slide 18, which shows 2 photos of the Daybell property, as well as a reference to an internet search conducted by Alex Cox for citing in a gun, October 8th, 2019, and then some measurements on the property. I've considered the objection of the defense. I'll note the court has to consider under Rule 401 whether something's relevant, and also under 403, whether or not relevant evidence may be excluded for unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, or other parts presented in that rule. I'll note there's some case law, a case 148 Idaho 176, which is Schmeckel versus Dill, Dille, says Idaho Rule of Evidence 403, however, states that, quote, although relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of confusing the issues or misleading the jury, it's well established the trial court has considerable discretion to exclude evidence for reasons that the evidence is confusing or could have been interpreted in many different ways. That internally cites a different case also. When I look at the exhibit, I don't see anything objectionable about the top left reference of an October 8th search by Alex on Grendel drop 100 to 200 yards or 100 to 300 yards. Considering the objection of the defense, when I look at the photographs of the property and the language underneath on measurements of the property, I do agree with the defense that it appears there were just some measurements taken on the property to show that that could be within the distance of the property. First, I would note that this would be more argumentative than establishing a fact if evidence, although there may be circumstantial evidence. But I do think it's problematic that the measurement goes from the burial site or new, which was not the driveway that was referenced when testimony was provided about the alleged attempted shooting on Tammy Daybell, whether by a firearm or a paintball gun, whatever it was. That's not where it occurred, and there's no evidence whatsoever that Alex Cox was positioned on the property at any point where that particular mark is at the time that shooting would have occurred. I think that looking at that overall, there's a real potential here that this could confuse issues or mislead the jury, where the point of measurements taken from a burial site, which doesn't really relate to the evidence in relation to this shooting, either on the driveway or that's just a different issue of where the burial site was. So for that reason, I am going to sustain the objection as it relates to slide 18, partially in that the maps and the property measurements at the bottom of the slide would not be permitted. However, the top left part that just indicates searches were done, if that somehow becomes relevant in the form of the testimony, I don't find that to be objectionable. So I'll sustain in part the objection, excluding those parts of the slide, and deny it as to the reference of the internet searches. That'll be the ruling on the motion in limine. Mr. Pryor, do you have any questions on that ruling?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions from the state?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Thanks all for bringing that to the court's attention. We'll go ahead and have the jurors brought in then if counsel is ready for continued examination of the witness.
Judge, may I have permission to approach the podium?
Yes.
May I, Judge?
Wait for our jurors.
Oh. I'd rather,
It's more
you
effective.
know what,
that way.
tunnel vision.
I understand.
It will be a little more effective if they hear it, I guess, right? I could make another comment about what's going to be reported, but I think I'll just stop there. All right, please.
The jury is present.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your patience. We were working on some matters outside of your presence. We're ready to commence with the cross-examination of Detective Hermasillo. Mr. Pryor, once you're ready, you may begin.
Good morning, Officer Hermasillo.
Good morning.
Now, you had an opportunity to listen to the tape and you offered some commentary on that. Do you have a recollection of information that Mr. Daybell felt that there needed to be building a village for the end of times?
No, I don't recall a village. I recall putting up tents, but not a village.
Okay. And the construction of a safe place when the second coming occurs, is that what you recall as well?
No.
Okay. And that there were some discussions about people moving to Rexburg to be safe from, again, the second coming. Do you recall that?
That I do, yes.
Okay. And on the tape, I heard, I believe it was Miss Vallow saying something about, I don't get to pick the colors of what I want. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. And would that suggest to you that they're talking about building buildings?
No.
Does anything in this discussion resemble the construction of any sort of structure?
Repeat the question again, please.
Does any of the discussion on the tape seem to suggest that they're contemplating the construction of some sort of a structure?
No.
So the discussion about blueprints and picking colors has nothing to do with the building of anything. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay. And at this point, this tape again was at what time? The date?
June 8th, 2020 at 9:16 p.m.
And at this point, there's just, you would agree that there's a discussion about future plans, correct?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. And at this point on June 8th of 2020, was Tammy Daybell dead?
She was.
Okay. JJ Vallow, to your knowledge,
Yes.
already passed away?
Yes.
Tylee Ryan?
Yep.
Okay. Alex Cox?
Yes.
Okay. So there wasn't, from your knowledge of this, some nefarious plan to kill or murder anybody, was it?
It was in furtherance of the plan through our investigation. to lead the 144,000 or whatever it was
Okay.
that they wanted to do in the future.
Okay. And I guess those 144,000 were going to live in tents?
I have no idea where they were going to live.
Okay. So we're not disputing that there was some plan to have some sort of a refuge in the future in Rexburg, right?
I can't testify to what Mr. Daybell was going to do in the future.
Okay. You seem to be testifying of what you thought he was talking about on this tape, though. How is that different, sir?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Now, Judge, I'm moving for admission of Defense Exhibit 104 and 105. And Judge, for the record, yeah. And these had previously been provided to the state. Judge, I also took the liberty of printing off photos, provided those to the state earlier, as well as to Officer Hermasillo to identify those. And my understanding is the state's going to stipulate to the admission of 104 and 105.
Mr. Wood.
Yes, based on our conversation earlier, I'd also note that this is testimony beyond the scope of what was discussed earlier, but as an agreement with Mr. Pryor, we're going to allow that to happen today.
Okay, so I'll allow redirect on that expanded scope as well. I wanted to also be clear from a note I had from the exhibit clerk. 104, is 104 a separate exhibit and then there's 104A through J, or is 104 the 104A through J?
104 is the exhibit of all of the pictures. 104A through J represent individual pictures within 104 that I was going to emphasize.
Okay.
And I can modify that if that's the court's direction.
I just want to make clear what's being admitted. So right now we just have 104 and 105 offered and admitted. If you go to any of those particular sub exhibits, or we'll mark those and make sure the record's clear.
Okay. Okay. And Judge, I may need my computer if that's the route we're going to go. May I have permission?
If you're going to publish those and need your computer, you can go get it.
Thank you. Or if the court would not have an objection and the state doesn't have an objection, I can use the pictures as well for Elmo if the court has a preference.
Either way you wish to publish is, but if we're publishing the individuals, we'll just make sure we're in the record what's being published.
Okay. All right. May I approach for my computer, Judge?
Yes.
Judge, may I publish the jury by way of HDMI?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oops. Now, officer, as part of a search of the Lori Vallow, Alex Cox apartments and garages. There was a search that was conducted on December 19th, 2019. You recall that?
I do.
And at that time, my recollection is the testimony is that Alex Cox's garage was vacated. Is that right?
The apartment we believed Alex was living in, which is 107, was completely vacant. His belongings were found in 175.
Okay, and then the garage of Alex Cox as well, was that vacant?
The garage of 107 was vacant, yes.
And then there was a subsequent search, and you previously talked about some weapons that were found as a result in 175. Is that, would you recall?
That's correct.
Okay, but there were other items that were discovered, and this is by way of stipulation of the parties. And do you recognize this picture?
I do.
Okay, and can you describe on the, and if you could get the marker out, I would appreciate it. And go to the top right corner of that exhibit.
Okay.
Right there, and it looks to me, what does that look to you that those three rolls are?
Duct tape.
Okay, and then to the left on the top upper right-hand side? Are you able to identify what those are?
Looks like a fire starter, lighter maybe.
Okay, and then in the middle, there are some canisters. Can you tell me what those might be?
Right here?
Yes.
I can't tell exactly what it is, but it looks like maybe something to clean guns with.
Okay, okay. And Judge, this is going to be a little onerous, so I'm going to have to do this a little bit at a time if I could. And then if we could publish again, Judge.
You may.
And then a little bit of a closer look. Again, obviously, with the scripto, it looks like one says, do you see what those are?
Yes.
What are those?
Torch flame is what it says.
Okay, and then the bottle, the cans is a closer look. What would those be?
Still can't tell.
Okay. In any event, these were items that were found in Lori Vallow's garage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if those were cans to clean guns, there were also guns found that were identified as being belonging to Alex Cox, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Dear Rachel, thank you for your tireless work and attention to detail. You're a pleasure to the entire staff. Here, enjoy this brand new pen.
And again, Judge, we're going to try to publish. And again, what are we looking at here?
It looks like a knife.
And
Some
on the bottom
tools.
left, do you see what that might be?
Looks like a saw.
Okay, and then do you know what a Dremel is?
Yes.
What's a Dremel?
Tool to drill out certain things.
Okay. And Judge, again, we'll unpublish this. And then we'll publish, Judge. Okay, now, in this particular picture, would you agree we're looking at some other tools as well?
Correct.
And then in the middle there is a tarp. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And then we're looking here at, there was a bucket found. Correct? You see that?
I do.
Various gloves.
Correct.
And these were pictures taken by law enforcement. Do you recall that?
I do.
Other than the bucket and the gloves, do you see anything of significance that might be in this picture relevant to this case?
No.
Okay. And again, this picture taken by law enforcement, what does that appear to be?
Tarp.
Okay. Do you have an independent recollection of how many tarps were found in Alex Cox's garage?
I don't know.
Okay. Would it be fair to say there were several?
I don't know how many were found in the
Okay.
garage.
More than a couple though, right?
Sir, I don't know how many were found in the garage.
Okay. And Judge, if I could just have a moment. Oops. Judge, it might be easier if I could use the Elmo as opposed to trying to, for some reason, I can't get this picture to come up. With the court's permission, could I use the Elmo?
You may.
And again, do you recall or recognize this picture as well?
I do.
Okay. And various chemicals. Do you see anything that resembles anything like cement in there?
Not that I can see.
Okay. What do you see here?
Plastic tub with black plastic.
Plastic and white plastic as well
Um,
in the upper
yeah,
left.
it looks like white plastic.
And again, these are items that were found in Lori Vallow's garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then what do you see here?
Appears to be bolt cutters.
Okay. And then I'm looking down at the bottom of this picture and it's on a green bag. Can you make out the green writing that's on that bag?
Looks, I can see maybe a CRETE, so I'd assume some type of concrete.
Okay. And various other chemicals within this picture as well. And these were found within Alex Cox's.
Objection, counsel's testifying about chemicals. Move to strike.
Abstain.
You see any other buckets of any various sorts?
I see buckets. I don't know if they're full or empty.
Okay, several buckets in the previous pictures as well. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, I'm done with the Elmo. Thank you for the consideration.
All right.
And in addition, I'll wait for you, officer.
Oh, you can go continue.
In addition, there were numerous guns and ammunition as well found in there, correct?
Correct.
And those were all identified as belonging to Alex Cox?
That's who we assume they belong to, is Alex, yes.
And a significant number of knives, weapons, guns that were found in that garage. Would that be fair?
That's fair.
Did you happen to determine when and where all of those knives and guns had been purchased?
I personally did not.
Do you know if anybody did?
I assume they did.
Okay, but you don't know.
I don't know for sure.
Okay. So we have no determination as to when these purchases may have taken place. They could have taken place in Arizona, correct?
They could have, yes.
They could have taken place here as well, correct?
Correct.
And if they took place here, you folks had access, at least one of your witnesses had access to Sportsman's Warehouse, so they might have been able to confirm that, right?
That's correct.
Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wood, redirect.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, then that will conclude the testimony of this witness, Detective Hermasillo. Yeah, states indicated their
I'm so sorry.
policy right now with law enforcement, but is he going to remain under subpoena for purposes of the exclusionary order?
Your Honor, the state would be releasing Mr. Detective Hermasillo from a subpoena.
All right, and Mr. Pryor from the defense?
And Judge Officer Hermasillo was under subpoena from my office, and I'm releasing him from calling him back in this particular case. We accommodated that with the state allowing me to go into things beyond direct to allow us to have Officer Hermasillo not have to come back.
Okay, well, Officer Hermasillo, sounds like your part in this trial as a witness is concluded, so the exclusionary order would no longer apply. You could watch the trial if you wanted to. It's up to you. Thank you for your testimony. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Investigator Edwards.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And Your Honor, may we approach just briefly?
Yes. All right, before we begin with the testimony of the witness, there is a brief issue we're going to take up outside the presence of the jurors, and this will be quick. So if we could have the jurors just please stand up and line up in the hall. And then once we've gone through this issue briefly, we'll have the jurors brought right back in. So please rise for the jury.
All rise, please.
All right, please be seated. Investigator Edwards is on the stand, has been placed under oath. The court has an exclusionary order as it relates to viewing or watching any evidence or otherwise hearing anything about the trial. An issue was potentially raised on this matter. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, and the court will also conduct an inquiry if necessary about that issue with Investigator Edwards.
Investigator Edwards, did you happen to hear over the radio a portion of someone else's testimony?
Yes.
Was it information that you yourself had already personally reviewed in the case?
Yes,
And specifically, did it deal with the James and Elena story?
it did.
Had you read that yourself as part of the investigation?
Yes.
In any way, did the piece that you heard affect or influence your testimony?
No.
Did it have any impact on what you testified to today?
No.
Thank you. I don't have any additional inquiries on that.
All right. From the defense, any inquiry, Mr. Pryor?
As far as I'm concerned, there's no issue here. This was an inadvertent hearing of some information. I don't find any objection that I could even realistically make to suggest that there's been any influence whatsoever here.
Okay, well, based on Ms. Blake's line of questioning and without any objection, the court likewise finds there's nothing that was any intentional or material violation of the exclusionary order that would affect the ability of the witness to testify. So thank you for your candor to the court, prosecution, as well as the witness. We'll go ahead and have the jurors brought back in, and you can commence with your direct. So if everybody please rise again for the jurors.
Your Honor, the jury is present and count.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the witness has been placed under oath. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to commence with direct, you may.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Nicholas Edwards, Nicholas, Edwards, Edwards.
Where are you currently employed?
So I'm employed with the Idaho Office of the Attorney General.
How long have you been employed with them?
Been there 5 years.
What is your current title or position?
So my current position is the Idaho ICAC Task Force Commander. I'm the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force Commander.
Have you held additional positions since you've been with the Attorney General's office?
I have.
What are the other positions?
I was the lead over the Special Investigations Unit as well as the investigator there at one point as well.
Prior to working with the Attorney General's office, did you have any other work in law enforcement?
I did. I was employed with the Pocatello Police Department on the east side of the state for about 15 years.
And what positions did you hold within the Pocatello Police Department?
Number of positions. I was in patrol. I also was a school resource officer at one point. I was also an active member of their special weapons and tactics team. I was a sniper team leader, honor guard, a couple of others, field training officer, a number of normal law enforcement positions in that city.
And in order to be a law enforcement officer, do you have any additional training?
I do. Yeah, I'm also an active member of the Idaho Army National Guard. I've had that's not necessarily are you asking for law enforcement specifically?
With regard to law enforcement, do you have additional training or certificates?
Yeah, I hold a number of post certificates, basic, intermediate, advanced, mastery. Also an instructor in law enforcement topics to teach other police officers on a number of topics to include sniper observer tactics, SWAT tactics, and others.
And then you mentioned you also are a member of the National Guard.
I am. So I'm a member of the Idaho Army National Guard. Yep. The Idaho Army National Guard. I've been in the militaries for 24 years now and currently possess the rank of Command Sergeant Major at the Idaho Training Center here in Boise.
Do you have any degrees?
I do formal education. I have an associate's degree in law enforcement, a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and I have a master's degree in strategic leadership.
And you talked about some positions you held in Pocatello involving SWAT and sniper training. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, I was part of the sniper observer team for a lot of years. Trained with the team regularly. Also instructed many other students on precision rifle courses.
And then in your work on the SWAT team and or the sniper program, did you familiarize yourself with various types of weapons?
I did.
And particularly, did you work closely with rifles?
I did.
Did that include assault rifles?
Yes.
Do you also have experience with them being in the National Guard?
I do.
Have you ever used paintball guns?
Yes, I have.
And in what capacity have you used paintball guns?
I've used them personally for recreation, but I've also trained with them. They're often a training tool for law enforcement and military personnel.
And you indicated that your previous position with the Attorney General's office was part of the special investigations.
I am. Yeah, it was.
Do you recall being contacted or your office being contacted by Fremont County?
Yes,
And would that have been approximately April of 2020?
correct.
Did you become involved in an investigation at Fremont County's request at that time?
I did.
What was that investigation?
So it was we got a request to assist in what was considered a joint investigation between a number of agencies into the death of 4 individuals, Tammy Daybell, JJ and Tylee, and then Charles Vallow.
Is it fair to say that a large focus of your investigation was into circumstances surrounding Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
Did you also assist in the investigations regarding the missing children?
yes,
At some point, did you assist in the investigation involving the homicide of the children?
yes,
Would it be fair to say that when you became involved, it was a joint investigation?
it was.
And do you recall some of the other agencies involved?
The Fremont County Sheriff's Office, Rexburg Police Department, FBI, Chandler Police Department, a number of others.
And through your investigation, did you conduct interviews?
I did.
Did you review various phone data?
Yes,
Did you review other documents?
yes,
Did you discuss the case with other investigators as you were going through?
yes,
And in preparation of your testimony today, did you create an exhibit?
I have.
Do you believe that this exhibit would assist you in testifying today?
It would.
Do you believe it would assist the jurors in understanding the evidence and testimony we'll be talking about?
It will.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 398. I have a copy for counsel and I have a copy that has been initialed. And I do have a courtesy copy for Your Honor as well.
All right, and I believe I've already got my courtesy copy.
Uh,
printed.
I provided a printout, and so I have the actual jump drive.
Very well, thank you, ma'am.
And if the witness may be shown the one with the initials.
Yes,
Yep, that's me.
And Investigator Edwards, do you recognize that jump drive?
I do.
Are those in fact your initials on it?
They are.
And Your Honor, I would move for admission of State's Exhibit 398.
any objection?
In its present form, Judge, no.
Very well, Exhibit 398 is admitted, incorporating the court's previous ruling on a motion in limine. Ms. Blake, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the state would request permission to publish.
You may.
And Investigator Edwards, were you the lead investigator into the Tammy Daybell case for the Attorney General's office?
I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what we are seeing on this slide?
So this is a timeline that I created when I came into this particular case. I came in late. We were April of 2020. And so in an effort to better understand the timeline and all of the information, I put it into a timeline chronologically to better understand what I needed to do. So this particular timeline starts in 2018 when Chad and Lori meet for the first time, and goes through June 9th, 2020, when Tylee and JJ are found on the Daybell property, with specific kind of highlighted areas throughout what I consider kind of major events, looking at the timeline.
And with that first event in October of 2018, why was that the starting point on this timeline for you?
I believe that's when this case really starts. I think that was the first recognizable event.
And that was when Chad and Lori met for the first time?
Correct.
And when we look at this slide, can you talk to us a little bit about these particular events?
So on October 26th, 2018, St. George, Utah, Chad and Lori meet for the first time. A few days later, on October 30th, 2018, we know that Chad does some Google searches and searches those particular things: Lori Vallow, Charles Vallow, and Lori Vallow photos. And at this time, Lori is actually living in Mesa, Arizona at the time. I think if you click one more, it'll show a yellow line. And so the slides that follow, and this one included, I have a yellow box or a yellow line that will kind of track along the timeline to show exactly where this went, where this took place.
And at the time Chad and Lori meet and these searches are conducted, do you know if Charles Vallow was still alive?
He was still alive.
And what about Tammy Daybell?
Yes, absolutely.
And then can you talk to us a little bit about these events?
Yeah, so if you can click one more, maybe. There it is. So during this time frame that's highlighted in yellow, on November 16th through the 17th, we know that Chad traveled to Mesa, Arizona for a Preparing the People conference, and he stayed with Lori in her residence. And this is just, almost less than a month from the time he'd first met her.
Judge, I'm going to object, non-responsive.
Sustained.
On that November conference, how long had it been since Chad and Lori had first met?
Less than a month.
And it was your understanding Chad ended up staying at Lori's residence?
Yes.
And then that next date there, can you talk to us a little bit about that?
January 6th through the 10th, know that Chad travels back to Arizona.
And was it your understanding Lori was in Arizona at that time?
It is.
And then that next date on there?
February 8th, 2019, we know that divorce proceedings were initiated by Charles Vallow with Lori.
At any point through the investigation, did you find any indication that Chad Daybell was planning on or looking into divorcing Tammy Daybell?
No.
And can you talk to us about this particular event?
So again, we're moving kind of down that timeline, March 19th to the 21st, 2019. Chad travels to Arizona with plane tickets that had been purchased by Lori.
And again, during this time, was Charles Vallow still alive?
He was.
And was Tammy Daybell still alive?
She was.
Can we talk about the first date here?
Can. April 2nd through the 4th, Lori travels to Idaho Falls. Shortly, you may click that a couple of times. There we go. May 5th through the 7th, both Chad and Lori separately are conducting internet searches for malachite rings.
Do you know what type of rings? Well, let me back up. Do you know if Chad and Lori were ultimately married?
I do. And they
were
were.
they?
Yes.
Do you know what type of rings they exchanged?
Malachite rings.
And then this last date here?
So on June 29th, Charles actually sent Tammy an email regarding her ongoing relationship with their spouses and actually requested contact from Charles. And the email, in quotes there, says, "Tammy, my name is Charles Vallows. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband." Yes, ma'am, I apologize. Where do you want me to start? Tammy? All right. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife, Lori. I apologize to be the one sending this, but something has to be done. I feel it's best if I shed some light on the issue. Charles also sent Chad an email and confronted him regarding the relationship as well.
In relation to this email, through the investigation, were you able to determine if Tammy ever saw the email?
I was not.
And do you know when Charles Vallow was killed?
So he was killed less than 2 weeks after this email on July 11th, 2019.
And on this particular slide, can we talk about the first date?
Yep, on July 2nd, prior to Charles Vallow's death, Charles told Lori he was going to go to Idaho Falls to meet with Tammy. And Lori's text to Charles stated, quote, "She won't see you. She is my friend. She won't listen to you. Go ahead, you are ridiculous."
Through the investigation, was there any indication that Charles Vallow actually traveled to Idaho?
No,
And then what happened 9 days later?
Charles Vallows was shot and killed by Lori's brother, Alex, in Arizona.
And can you, starting first with the July 13th, 2019, can you indicate who the message is being sent from and to, and read that message into the record?
I can. So this slide in blue is Chad and in pink is Lori. So the first one is July 13th, 2019. Chad sends a text message to Lori and says, "I'm heading to bed so that I can come snuggle tightly against you. I adore you. You are truly my best friend on earth and throughout eternity. See you in a minute."
And again, this is just 2 days after Charles Vallow is shot and killed.
Correct.
And then if you move to July 14th, if you would also read those messages into the record.
In 2019, Chad states, "I need so badly to just gently kiss you for hours." And then the time is 8:33 p.m. Chad again, "It would likely lead to other activities." Time is 8:34. Lori replies, "Likely or lucky," at 8:34. Chad replies, it would luckily lead to nakedness," at 8:35. Shift to the other side.
Yes, please.
Okay. July 14th, 2019, know that Chad has written a romantic sexual story called James and Elena and sent it to Lori. Chad sends a text. I love you, Elena, with heart emojis. We have an amazing love story, sent at 9:54. Chad again, heading to bed and then heading to Lily. Can't wait to talk in the morning. You are fabulous. Heart emoji, fire, kiss at 9:57. Chad again, definitely loving you throughout the night. Fire emoji at 2:32.
And there's a reference there to James and Elena. Through the investigation, were you able to determine who James was in reference to?
It was Chad,
And who was Elena in reference to?
Lori.
There's also a name in there, Lily. Did you learn who Lily referenced?
Also Lori.
And then if we move to the messages on July 15th, if you could read those into the record.
July 15th, 2019, Lori sends a text message at 11:43. Taking off to Vegas. Last ones on the plane, just making it. Wishing you were on the other side of this flight. Love you so much. And then 2 heart emojis. Chad replies, love you more. Keep me posted, my beloved angel, with a heart emoji.
And then looking at the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Yeah, so as we move, again, kind of moving down this timeline, at July 18th, 2019, a text message from Lori to Chad, where she states, quote, so I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS, believe to be Social Security, end of quote.
And were you able to determine who Ned was in reference to through the investigation?
Yeah, that next paragraph there, Ned is a name that Chad and Lori assigned using it in reference to Charles Vallows. Charles had a $1 million life insurance policy with Lori as the beneficiary, but changed the beneficiary to his sister, Kay Woodcock, approximately 4 months prior to his death.
And when you're reading that message, did it catch your attention?
It did.
And what about it caught your attention?
Clearly, this was something that was of importance to both of them, both Chad and Lori.
And then looking at the next slide here, are these additional messages that were recovered that were between Chad and Lori?
They are.
And starting with the July 18th, could you read those messages into the record?
I can. July 18th, 2019, Lori sends a text message. This is sweet. I miss you desperately. Heart emoji at 8:34. Chad replies, you are so adorable, beautiful, wonderful, heavenly, luscious, and angelic. So many divine attributes rolled into one dynamic, desirable package. I want you even more desperately than you want me. 2 kiss emojis.
And then the next one's on July 22nd. Can you also read those in?
I can. Chad sends a text message at 2:45 p.m. Love you. Going with Garth in an hour to see the other side of heaven too. Missing you desperately, but so excited to be with you. Heart emoji, heart emoji. Lori replies, you will love it, with a heart emoji. Chad replies, not as much as I love you, with a heart emoji. Lori replies, I love you. You will enjoy the scenery. Looks a lot like Kauai, a lot. Looks like Kauai a lot, with 2 beach emojis, I imagine those are. Chad replies with a smiley face. Lori replies, hopefully we will be there someday soon together. Chad replies, that is the plan, with a fire emoji. Lori states, and my greatest desire.
Was there something about these particular messages that caught your attention?
That second to last one where Chad states, that is the plan.
We talked before that Chad and Lori were married. Do you know where they ended up getting married?
In Hawaii.
And do you know when they were married if Tylee and JJ were present?
They were not.
And then looking at this next slide, can you talk to us about that July 26th message?
Can. So this is a text message that Chad sent to Lori. That's a screenshot of what was extracted. It says from Bubby, to be Chad. Tonight I figured out who I feel like. I'm a grown-up version of Harry Potter who has to live with the Dudleys in his little space under the stairs. Every few weeks I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover. But then I have to return to my place under the stairs feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming, with two heart emoji, or rather two fire emojis.
And when this message is sent, again, was Tammy still alive?
She was.
And then was there anything else in relation to that message that stood out to you?
And the top one.
Yes.
The permanent freedom is coming is, again, like the previous one already talked about, the plan, permanent freedom stood out to me for sure.
And at that point, was Charles Vallow still alive?
Oh,
And then if we can move down to that July 30th, can you read that text?
I can. July 30th, 2019, Chad again sends Lori a text message. It says, yes, quote, yes, we might need to release a little steam when we talk. Anyway, this is the chart that checks what percentages mortals are still in their body. It worked for my friend's wife who died, my neighbor, George Bush, Stanley Lee, etc. I kind of forgot about it because we've been dealing with zombies and demonic entities. But this afternoon, Tammy said she felt lightheaded, as if her body and spirit weren't connected. Goes on to say, quote, I got the inspiration to go back to my original death percentages that helped us track Charles, Ned, etc. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Hiplos left. It's encouraging.
Through the investigation, did you determine who Hiplos or Iplos would have been referencing?
I don't remember that.
And in this, did you notice whose death percentages are being referenced?
Yes, Tammy's.
And can you talk to us a little bit about what we're seeing on this next slide?
So August of 2019, we know that Chad again traveled to Arizona where he stayed with Lori. And on August 14th, 2019, Lori actually takes a screenshot of two wedding bands that she purchased from Serenity Rings. Same type.
And again, at this time, Tammy Daybell is still alive.
She is.
And on this next slide, can you tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here?
So this is also text message content on the far right between Lori, Zulema, Chad. On September 15th, 2019, Zulema travels to Rexburg under the Lori and Chad's direction. Zulema then assisted Chad in getting out of the house so that Lori and Chad could meet. And that's evident in the text message. The top one is a text message that's actually from Chad that is sent to Zulema from Lori, if that makes sense. But from Chad, he says to Lori, please have Zulema send a message to me that she's in Rigby and wanted to see if I could come listen to her talk tonight about her trip to Chile. Lori then sends a message again to Zulema. He wants you to send a text so he can come talk to us tonight. Zulema then sends a text message complying with Chad's request to Chad. Hello, Chad. I'm in Rigby. I want to see if you would come listen to me talk about my trip to Chile. Chad replies to Zulema, tonight? Zulema replies to Chad, yes, tonight. Chad to Zulema, I can be there at 7:30. Thanks. And then Zulema to Chad, awesome, see you then.
And then there's another note there regarding September 16th. What did you learn regarding September 16th?
That on September 16th, 2019, Chad, Lori, Alex, and Zulema traveled to Mesa Falls and Island Park together.
And then looking at this next slide, can you talk to us a little bit about these messages?
So on October 3rd, 2019, there's a text message from Chad to Lori at 21:31 hours, which is 9:30 p.m. Good night, Angel Lily. So excited to go on our date. Fire emoji. October 4th, 2019, text from Chad to Lori at 04:20, which is 4 o'clock in the morning. Dreaming of caressing you in bed. I adore you and Osholo you. Heart emoji and a fire emoji.
And were these copied over as found?
They were.
Do you believe that that message contained a typo?
I do.
And which word do you believe is not accurate?
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Through the investigation, did you ever learn of any kind of a meaning of Usholo?
No.
And then on that final note there, can you tell us what that's about?
October 4th through the 5th, Chad urges Tammy to go visit her family in Springfield, Utah.
Through the investigation, did you learn if Tammy actually made that trip?
She did.
And can you now talk to us about the texts that we're seeing on this slide?
So during these texts, we do know that Tammy has made it down to Utah during this time, during these text messages. So the first one, text from Chad to Lori at 8:45 in the morning. Thank you for sending me that paragraph, beautiful Lily. I'm eager to see you soon. Trying to hasten her departure. I love you endlessly, with a kiss, heart, and fire emoji. Same day, Chad to Lori at 10:24 in the morning. Again, Tammy is still in Utah. It is dragging on here, but I should be to your house around 11:15. I want to talk to you first, of course. So maybe tell her I can talk from 2:15 to 1. And then a follow-up text from Lori to Alex, her brother, at 4:29 in the afternoon. Again, Tammy's still in Utah. Quote, we are supposed to go on a real date tonight, but we are discussing it. Perhaps an evening at home would be better so we are not out and about. I'll let you know. But you could come and sing with us after your shower. Heart emoji. The last one, October 5th, 2019. Again, Tammy is still in Utah. There are 3 deleted messages on the Lori Vallow iCloud account from Chad. And those are going to be shown on the next slide.
And in relation to when Tammy was in Utah, do you know where Lori was living at that time?
At that time, she had actually moved up to Rexburg.
And do you know where Chad was during that time period?
Rexburg.
And if we move to this next slide, can you read these messages as well?
These text messages were sent to Lori Vallow from Chad Daybell just days before the attempted shooting that we get into in the next slide, I believe. First one, hello, sweet
Judge,
angel.
could I have some foundation as to the date these text messages supposedly took place?
I think the witness just indicated that, Your Honor.
It's overruled.
Also, if we move that message just barely up, the date is time stamped on them. You'd have to go.
That skipped.
You'd probably have to exit this particular.
Can you see the?
I can see the text. Yeah, they're going to be right around the same date at the bottom. So the first one,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's no indication of who sent these messages to who. In fact, the notation says unknown.
And
Response.
Your Honor, I think if you look over to the right-hand screen, there's an indication on the slide of who the text messages went to and from.
Okay,
And Judge, could I voir dire in aid of objection?
well, in lieu of that, the exhibit's been admitted. I think that's appropriate for cross. There is an indication, so I'll overrule the objection at this time. Ms. Blake, this is a lengthy enough exhibit. I think we are going to need to break.
If you can read these into the record.
I can. First text message. Hello, sweet angel. Big news about Tammy. Please let me know if you are awake and can talk. I love you. And then 2 emojis. Shortly after, the short version is that she has been switched. Tammy is in limbo, and a level 3 demonic entity named Viola is in her body. It happened about 10 p.m. and was done by Tammy's sister, Sam, who I always knew was 3D, but it turns out she's multiple creation. Next, quote, Viola has been attached for about a year to my niece, Danica, who is Sam's 12-year-old daughter. I have connected with Tammy in limbo, and she is very frustrated and upset. She wants Viola removed as soon as possible. Viola seemed to be similar to Penelope. The personality differences from Tammy should be evident quickly. Please seek a confirmation on this, but I have checked 3 times since I got home and get more affirmative answers each time. Next quote. Sam is much like Brandon. She has been my biggest enemy over the years. She refuses to read my books and threw the biggest fit when we moved to Idaho. She has only visited us when the kids got married and always fled Idaho within hours, like she was being burned. She's definitely comparable to Brandon in Summer. The last text, not fully sure of the timing for removal, but once her actions verify the differences, I don't want to wait.
And Your Honor, if we would like to break for lunch now.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that. We'll take our lunch recess at this time. Come back on the record if we can at 1 o'clock, please.
All rise, please.
Hi guys, I hope everyone can hear me. Glory is off to James Brenner hearing, so I guess we're on a break. Glory, I didn't see what you were playing before. I guess it was Tylee's interview, but I don't see that timestamp. So is there, I don't know who else is in here or who else is watching. I can't really see the viewers, but let me see. Yes, yes. Okay. Well, I'll pull that up then. I'll pull up Tylee's interview. But well, I guess I'll save that for my live stream later. As I got to thinking about yesterday's testimony and Melanie Gibb. Because how Alex was there the whole time stamp of him being there. He was in Lori's apartment like the whole darn night. Well, Melanie Gibb said that they did that podcast almost till like midnight. And I don't think Alex left her apartment till like 9:30 in the morning. If JJ was killed overnight, which he was, How on earth did Melanie Gibb and David Warwick just sleep through that? It makes zero sense to me whatsoever. And I just feel like Melanie Gibb, Melanie Fibb, tell the freaking truth for once. Because that woman, in my opinion, is just guilty as hell of a lot of things. I think she was right there with them. But let me see. Tylee's. Glory, have you ever played the phone call from Melanie Gibbs' private phone call? Have you ever played that? No. Yeah, this one. Do you guys care if I play that? Melanie Gibbs. So just for context, just in case you guys have never seen this or listened to this, Melanie Gibb was secretly recorded by a friend, and to me, this is just the real Melanie Gibb, and you really get to hear what she actually thinks about those kids, and you just get to see the real her. I feel like through this phone call. I don't know why this isn't playing. Can you guys see or hear that? Hi, Bob, but this isn't Glory. Glory's off to James Brenner's trial, so I'm just babysitting her channel while she does that and while the court is in recess. But can you guys not see me sharing my screen? Or can you guys hear that? So I'm not. Let me look on my phone. Who is this lady speaking? My name is Jess. It's nice to meet you. I'm a friend of Glory's. Again, I'm babysitting her channel while she goes to the James Brenner hearing today. Who is this lady speaking? Hang on. I'm just, Bob, if you're watching, can you tell me if you can see the screen sharing that I'm trying to do here? So I am not, it's not showing for me and I cannot add it. All right, let me try to stop. I don't know why this won't play. Glory, I wish you were still here because for some reason StreamYard is not letting me share or add this to the stage. So I guess you guys might be stuck with me talking. I'm sure you guys will love that, right? I'm not really sure why StreamYard is acting this way. Stop sharing. I should have the same permissions that Glorindellen has, but it doesn't appear that I do. So it just won't let me share the screen. Let's see if I can do the entire screen. No, window. Okay. I'm I'm trying here. I'm trying to get this to play, but it's just not letting me. StreamYard is sharing a window. Okay. No, I guess we could just talk about this. What I was going to talk about on my own channel, Kat, was what I was saying yesterday, or about yesterday's testimony with Alex. I was just looking at these timestamps, and you read this. Let's see here. So on September 9th, Alex's device, was tracked this way. At 9 a.m., he leaves the apartment 107 in Rexburg. So he leaves Lori's apartment. He's at Chad's house by 9:15. He stays there for about an hour and a half in the Daybell residence. Now this is the day that Tylee would have been buried or murdered and buried. And then at 9:21 a.m. he's behind the Daybell residence. So I feel like with Alex, I think he was correct when he told Zulema that he was their fall guy, because in a lot of ways he was. I'll probably never believe that Alex committed or died of natural causes. I'll probably never believe that. I think he took himself out, which has blessing. But it's so strange to me. 9:22 a.m. Alex is by the gate of Chad's property. 10:39 a.m. he's behind the residence. He's still there at 10:57. 11:45 a.m. he leaves, and then at 11:52, he stops at Del Taco. I mean, how do you go out there and bury your niece or help bury your niece, and you're just hungry afterwards? It's so sickening. Hang on. And there was another one. So then the day that JJ was murdered, September 22nd, Alex's device, and I wish I could share this on the screen, but, he's in his apartment till about 5:08 p.m. From that point on, he is so in and out of Lori's apartment. And again, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick were there. They were there. They were going to do this podcast, and they did do a podcast. Alex's device was inside of Lori's apartment from 12:11 a.m. And if you guys remember, Melanie Gibb said that her podcast went to about midnight. So 12:11 a.m. to 9:41 a.m., Alex is inside of Lori's apartment. There was only three times, I think, that Alex spent the night at Lori's apartment. And it was when Tylee was killed, when JJ was killed, and when when he went and attempted to shoot Brandon Boudreaux. He spent the night. So, but I was thinking about this as well, because when JJ was killed, he is so fast. he goes from 9:41 a.m. He goes right to Chad's. At 9:55, he's basically pulling into Chad's driveway. So at 9:55 a.m., this is how fast he goes. Hold on. Did I not screenshot that? My fault. But anyway, it's about 12 minutes. So what I think happened, this is my theory. I think that Alex is the one that helped Lori M-word JJ. And then it appears that, he went right to Chad's house the next morning. And again, just keep in your mind that Melanie Gibb and David Warwick are there, okay? They're at Lori's apartment. So how they just managed not to hear a murder, never saw JJ again, and they didn't know anything. I feel like that's so absurd. It's just so absurd. But anyway, he was only at Chad's house for like 12 minutes. So to me, that says he basically just brought JJ's body there, like here, and Chad did the burying. But it's so odd that this all was done in broad daylight. Tylee being burned or buried, daylight. JJ, broad daylight. But when you think about why, it's obvious that Tammy was at work and probably everybody else, the neighbors and stuff, are most likely at work. Maybe there was a couple people around. But this was the time, I think, that Chad had the most privacy to go and do some of this stuff. But what always gets me, because I got to really deeply thinking about this last night, and I was thinking to myself, if Alex just brought JJ's body to Chad's house for him to bury, did Chad dig the grave right then? Did he dig it the night before? Did no one notice that he had dug a shallow grave outside? How were these things overlooked? We know that Garth, Chad's son, was living at the house at that time. We know that Emma was living across the street. Tammy, was there. It's just odd that he would be able to dig a grave. Granted, it was shallow, but just to be able to do that and no one sees. No one sees this at all. And then Chad, takes JJ and puts him in there and puts the board and the rocks over top of him and all of that. It's just very wild that this was done in broad daylight. And a lot of the things that Chad and Lori did were, they thought they were being secretive, I guess, but it's just so out in the open. I mean, even when Lori was being interviewed by the police, about Charles, before Charles died, she was just popping off at the mouth to the cops. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take his truck. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Where you see Tylee have to kind of step in and like shut her up, like stop talking. You belong in a padded room, I think she told her. So Bob, what happened with Brenner's prelim hearing? Well, Bob, we don't know. We believe that East Idaho News is sending a reporter. It's obviously not going to be Nate Eaton because he's at the Daybell trial. So Glory is on her way right now to James Brenner's hearing. So we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if it's going to be rescheduled. We don't know if they're going to hear him plead guilty, which or hear that he pled. We just don't know, which is why she's going. So she's got her notebook. She's ready to take all kinds of notes, and I'm eager to hear exactly what's going to happen there. But we were talking about it last night, and really up in the air. We're just gonna have to wait for her to get back and to hear, what took place and what was said and all of that. It's gonna be interesting, because it's been reported that he's looking at 3 to 30 years. And I think there's been a lot of speculation about why was he offered something so low as 3 years. I have some ideas to that, but I don't know. So I don't know. Bob Farrell, where is Glory? I just told you. Yeah, I think you're really bothered that I'm on here and that it's not Glorindellen, and I'm sorry. Just babysitting her channel for her. That's all. Let me see what else we could talk about here, since I can't share my screen. Take a lot of notes with this trial, and they're all over the place. What is this? Oh, that's the Mika Miller trial. Oh, I was really surprised to just hear in that latest testimony that Chad and Lori were both looking for rings as early as May, because up until now, you know, we've always just heard that Lori was searching on Amazon, you know, roughly 3 weeks before Tammy was murdered. But this is the first time that I'm hearing that Chad and Lori were both looking for rings back in May. And that was before Charles was even killed. Charles wasn't killed until July 11th. So pretty crazy. I mean, they had this in the works for a long while. Something that I want to bring up, I guess, is that I've had new subscribers to my own channel. And somebody, you know, when you look in your analytics, you can see what videos people have watched of yours. Well, somebody went back and watched the very first video I ever did, and it was about the Daybell trial, right? It was 3 years ago that I did this video. And I was like, oh my God, I don't even remember what I said in this video or anything. So I went back and watched it, and I totally forgot that Chad, and I put this in the video, but Chad had dedicated a whole book to Melanie Gibb. And that was in 2017. And there was this one specific part. I mean, he writes this whole thing to Melanie. The whole book's like dedicated to her. And he tells her, like, thank you for bringing your friend with you. And I thought that was like, what friend? What friend are we talking about here? Because him and Lori didn't meet allegedly till 2018. So in 2017, he's dedicating this book to Melanie Gibb. And who was the friend? I still don't know. I guess Bob wants to know, Kat. He seems offended that I'm on this live stream for some reason. I don't know why. People are so weird. But I don't know. Bob, do you want to come up and talk? I can put a link in the chat. You can come up and talk if you want to. Ask all kinds of questions. Yep, I don't think that's going to happen, Jim. This is not my channel, sir. And don't get me started, Jim. Sorry. I wish I could play something for you guys, but it just will not let me share. And I'm not quite sure why. Oh, you have updates, Jim? We'll share them. Share them right in the chat. I have updates too that I'm not sharing at this moment. Did you? Well, now you've got my attention. Will you please give him my number, please? Because I just have you know what question I have for him. I'm going to attempt to share my screen one more time. Did you ask him what I asked you, Jim? Oh, maybe this is it. No. Why? Okay, I don't know. I'm really frustrated that I can't share my screen because I didn't have intentions of coming on here and doing a lot of talking. I was just coming to babysit. So now I feel like I'm under pressure to put on a show straight off the cuff, and I was not prepared for that. I was prepared just to play some video for you guys and just make sure that the stream stayed up. And now I'm over here talking and doing all this stuff, and I wasn't ready for that. So I think I am going to go back to talking about what I was talking about earlier, just the forensic data from Alex's phone. You know, and that's another thing. When am I going live? I'm going live later, but it won't be about James Brenner. It's going to be about this trial. It's going to be about the Daybell trial. When I do go live about Dylan, I don't think any of you are going to be ready for it, but it's going to happen. I'm sorry. I well, not babysitting you guys, Kat, just the channel itself. Glory didn't want, it to crash or something to happen and not be here to be able to, pull it back up. So I'm not babysitting you guys at all, just her channel. Jim, I didn't think that you were allowed to be on YouTube. I thought you were banned. Aren't you banned? Sorry, I'm just trying to look through these texts to see where this timeline was. It's taking me forever. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, here's the. You have what? Your OTT? I don't know what that means. I think you typoed. And no, I haven't heard anything. Anyway. So the day that JJ was killed with Alex's device, the forensic data from it, this is how fast he was. Again, I want to just go over that because it's significant. It just really, and it opens up a lot of questions. Because I remember in the preliminary hearing, the very first hearing for this trial, they put Melanie Gibb on the stand and they played that phone call. But there was other line of questioning that Pryor started asking Gibb about that morning and about her and David Warwick going to Chad Daybell's property. And Melanie said one thing, and David Warwick got on the stand right after her and completely 100% contradicted what she said. Because Melanie said either that she didn't go or she did go. And David said the opposite of her. So one of them is lying. And if I have to put my money on who's lying, it's definitely Melanie Phibb. But that's pretty significant because, again, they both were there the night that JJ was killed. And then the next morning, they're going to look at Chad's property where he wanted to place, put a trailer or double wide, something of that nature on the property, which, we've all kind of surmised was probably put the kids underneath it and put a house over top of it and be done with it, right? But how fast Alex was in this. 9:56 a.m. That's the day, again, JJ's murder. 9:56 a.m., he's by the ponds. 10:02 a.m., he's still by the ponds. 10:05, he's next to the front of the house. 10:07, he's near the front of the house. 10:12, he's at the intersection. He's already left. And at 10:22, he's back at his apartment. So again, he just had to go and give JJ's body literally to Chad. I think he just took him right out there and Chad, buried him. But it just brings up so many questions about Melanie Gibb and David Warwick. It really does. Jim, call me later, Jess. I have a lot of information to share with you. Right now, a little busy. Okay. I'll give you a call. Again, I'll be going live later. I haven't been live in a couple days. So there's a lot of stuff I want to go over. I'm just not prepared to do that right now, as I wasn't prepared to do that. But I will give you a call later. There's a couple things that I wanted to ask you about. And I think you'll know, but I'll give you a call. So, I know I'm probably boring you guys to death, and I apologize. Glory, don't hate me for this, okay? I am so sorry. I just do not know why StreamYard is not allowing me to share my screen. I wish I kind of had prepared something now because I feel stuck. I usually don't get this camera shy, but I'm just kind of at a loss of this was not what I was prepared to do. So, Jacob, Jim is a fraud. Yeah, he's right there. You can tell him. We're not going to do some drama or fighting. This is not my channel, and I don't like that on my channel either. But this is Lauren Dellen's channel, and she does not do drama of any sort. So we're not going to have that in the chat, you guys. Oh, and I thought this yesterday too with Alex's device. He attempted to shoot Brandon Boudreaux on October 2nd. On September 3rd, I mean, he's at the gun, the shooting range. Goes to Walmart, back to the shooting range. He's there for 3:59, almost 2 hours. Then on September 26th, he's back again at the gun range. He was there again almost 2 hours. The 27th, he's back at the gun range. So he was trying. And thank God he missed Brandon Boudreaux. Because I think he definitely was trying to get his marksmanship down. And he missed him by an inch. And thank God he did. My own opinion, I firmly believe that Melanie Pulaski was every bit a Lori 2.0. I mean, attempting to kill the husband for the insurance policy. 2 of her kids were deemed dark. It kind of grosses me out that Melanie Gibb, Melanie Pulowski, and Zulema, all 3 of them are up on this stand, just perjuring the hell out of themselves, honestly, in a lot of different ways. And I always say it. I feel like they should be behind a defense table as well. I don't feel like they should have been state witnesses. I feel like the state could have got these convictions without Melanie Gibbs' testimony. I don't feel like they needed her at all when you have honest, good people like, Miss Alice Gilbert, and you have Tammy's sister. For me, their testimony was way more impactful because I know they weren't a part of this craziness. Whereas with Melanie Gibbs, she was so full in. You even go back and look at her interview with Nate Eaton. And she tells him, throughout that interview that, yeah, that the kids are probably not alive and all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the interview, she's like, I love Chad. He's a good man. Like, excuse me? You just said that you didn't think that the kids were alive and all of this, but you're saying that you love Chad and he's a good man. What an odd thing to say about the man that your best friend was having an affair with. I've always low-key thought that Chad and Melanie Gibb had done some things. I don't have any proof of that. That's just my opinion. But I just always thought that there was a little hanky-panky between the 2 of them, potentially. Kat is saying, I still have a question about whether Tylee was alive when she returned from Yellowstone. I get interruptions and miss key points. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, Kat. I thought it was really the text from Chad. There was one part in it where did I screenshot that? He describes to Tammy the raccoon as a big raccoon, a big old raccoon. Chad is like obsessed with women's bodies. How did he describe Lori? Hot and loaded. Oh, she's 5'6" and she's 120 pounds and she's hot, and all this stuff. In his book, Aaron for Emma, he names his characters after people that he really knows in real life. And the reason for this is because Chad, in his autobiography book, wrote that he himself doesn't really have any creativity. He admits to this and says, I'm not really a creative person. And so my writing is more, I take from, the people that I know, and he just kind of recharacters them a little bit and puts them into a story. What's really weird about Aaron for Emma, that's one of his books, is that, there's a character named Emma, obviously, and there's a character named Leah, which is his other daughter. But he describes that daughter, or he describes the character Leah physically, and it doesn't make sense. It doesn't really go with the story. There's no real reason why he did that. But Chad just seems to be obsessed with women's bodies and things like that. And so when he described that he saw a big raccoon, Tylee wasn't a little tiny skinny mini like Lori. She was much, much fuller. And I just feel like it was Chad's way of sort of describing her, like a big raccoon, and it just, I don't know. That stuck out to me. But Jim, don't start. Okay? We're not doing that, so just cut it out. I really want to read that text now. Now I can't find it. I'm looking. Oh, here it is. Yeah, he said, quote, Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storm. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along, and I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times. And I thought that was very strange that he would end this text to her. Obviously, Tammy was a animal lover. They had a pet cemetery. They buried their animals. So I just thought it was really strange that he would describe killing an animal to her and end it with fun times. Very weird. Just very, very weird. And I don't remember what her response to him was, but it came off to me as kind of cold. Like, oh, good job. Like, I have no idea why you're saying that to me, kind of thing. That's just the tone from the text of Tammy's reply to him that I got. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to go through stuff and talk to you guys about something. What's funny is that, I try to call Glory every day, like after the trial, and talk about the trial with her. And we'll get going and be on the phone for an hour or 2 hours, and we just don't shut up about this trial. And now that I'm sitting here, I'm like, I wasn't prepared for this. you know Exactly, Kat. Exactly. Kat is saying, but you don't bury a wild animal in your special pet cemetery. Agreed. Very, very much agreed. It just that whole text was very strange, very weird, and I wonder why Tammy didn't say more. Like, you buried him in the pet cemetery. Why? You know, he wasn't a family pet. But I remember her text back to him. It was really short. But she didn't say anything about that, which would have been my question as well. Like, why are you burying a wild raccoon in our family pet cemetery? And you thought that was fun to shoot it? Yeah, that's what I kind of take from it, Kat. I mean, it was sent at 11:53 a.m. And I think it's kind of strange how he says, I hurried and I got my gun, and he was still walking along. It's almost like I'm picturing in my mind of Tylee like being out at his property for whatever reason. And I don't know how they would have gotten her there, like talked her into going there, because we kind of know that she didn't like Chad. So it's kind of like, was Tylee like walking along this fence and he got his gun up, one shot did the trick. I don't know. It's almost like he's describing her death to Tammy. And he uses exclamation points. Well, I've had an interesting morning, exclamation point. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storm. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon. And the word big, with his obsession with women's bodies, I feel like that was put there because I feel like the raccoon symbolized Tylee. I don't think there was ever a raccoon. Even though the Daybell kids, when they did their 2020 interview, they did say that they had a second pet cemetery and that they didn't dig into that the law enforcement didn't even look at that, and that's probably where the raccoon was. I doubt that, but that is what they said. Tylee would never go there voluntarily. Yeah, I agree. As much as she did not like Chad, and all of that, I just wonder if maybe Lori bribed her in some way, or like, hey, we're going to go get something to eat, or we're going to do something like that, and then get her in the car, and then like, oh, But first, let's stop here. We have to stop at this house real quick. I don't know. I don't know how they would get her to go there, but I feel like if they did, it was definitely under false pretenses. I don't think that Tylee would have agreed to just go to Chad's house just to go to Chad's house. I feel like it had to be something else that Lori said to her. I don't know. There's always gonna be the mystery of exactly where Tylee and JJ were murdered. JJ, I feel like we have a better understanding that he was probably killed inside of that apartment. But Tylee's just such a big question mark. We don't know how she was killed. We don't know where she was killed. I think that the saddest part is just from her bones, it appears to be that maybe some essay was involved. But there's no way to know. They left so little of her behind. I think one of the most disturbing things, and I believe that Glory has played Donna Serafina on this channel, so you guys are familiar with who Donna Serafina is. But I remember back then when she was doing these readings about Tylee, even before the kids were found. And Donna said something. She was like, I really don't want to say this. This is really disgusting. It's really gross. She was like, if they only find one leg bone of hers, it's because they ate the other one. And I remember hearing that, like, ooh, like what? And Donna was like, yeah, she was like, I can see her mom like sitting around this fire and they're eating like sandwiches, but she was alluding that it wasn't sandwich meat, if you're following what I'm saying. Well, when Tylee was found, they did only find one part of one leg bone. So I thought I always waited to hear that. And when I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh, did they do that to her? I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, both of these individuals, it's like two narcissists meet each other. Lori, narcissist with delusions, and Chad, just a straight covert narcissist. And they come together, and look how many lives they have destroyed in the process. I mean, Chad's kids, Colby, just so many extended family members and all these people, Tammy's whole family. These people will live with this forever, for the rest of their lives. Also these two lustful wannabe prophets could spend their lives together with their loin fire. It's just egregious in every sense of the word. Badger is saying something. I don't know. Sorry, guys. I'm doing the best I can. I wasn't prepared to really do a basic live stream. It's what I feel like I'm doing right now. I was just going to play stuff for you guys. So if I'm not entertaining you, I apologize. I'm sorry. I almost want to call Glory and make her talk to me right now so we can just have our usual banter and you guys will have a heck of a show. But
I think this is my favorite. This one. From design and products to a model. Call or visit our showroom for your free design consultation.
Okay. Oh, yes, Kat. Very much so. Very, very crazy how many people, latched on to that. And it was, according to Heather Daybell, who I find to be very truthful, forthcoming, it was a lot of people. I mean, Chad kind of took Rexburg by storm. Him and Julie Rowe, which Julie Rowe is just a complete nutter. I mean, this woman, the things that she was doing and saying was insane. And how she even got people to follow her and give their money to her and all of that. I was telling Glorindellen yesterday that I was reading in the comments section. This guy had commented and said, you know, I went to visit my mother and in Missouri, and she had all these people. Oh, what was that? Oh, my laptop. Babe, will you do me a favor? Hang on, guys. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. I just had to plug in my laptop because it was going dead. But anyway, so I was reading this guy's comment, and he said that he had shown up to visit his mother, who lived in Missouri. And he said she had on her property all these people with like camper trailers and tents and all of this stuff. And he said that he asked his mom, like, what is going on? Who are all these people? And she told him, well, we're all waiting for Julie Rowe to come back. And so I'm telling Glory about this yesterday. And she goes, oh, well, you know, that makes sense because Missouri is like the place where Jesus is going to come back, according to the LDS church, well, Joseph Smith. So I guess Joseph Smith, for some reason, picked Independence, Missouri, as the place that, you know, the second coming was going to happen at, which I didn't know that. But they do have this fascination with Missouri, and it's strange. It's just really weird, you know. I don't even think I can send a oops, that's not what I was trying to do. I don't really have the permissions that Glory would have on here. So I wonder if I stop my own cam, if it would let me share the screen, potentially. Or if I took myself out of here. Remove from state. No, I don't want to do that. I'm just so frustrated I can't do that. I can't put up any of you guys' comments either. It's not letting me do any of that. So Kat is saying Independence was also where the wagon trains gathered to join the gold rush to the west. Yeah, I asked Glory, like, why did he pick Missouri? You know, was there something special about Missouri, or why? And she said, well, you know, she said, I just think that at that time it was looked at as like the frontier, you know, like a new place. So that's probably why he, you know, picked that. Now today, Missouri is, you know, it's just another one of the 50 states. But back then it was the wild, wild west, so to speak, I guess. Which I feel like, just on a personal note, I'm about to move to the wild, wild west. Hold on, babe. I'm sorry. But I'll be moving in 2 short weeks to Wyoming. So I'm looking forward to that. Should be interesting. Because I'm an East Coast girl. I mean, I born and raised and lived on the East Coast for 42 years. So to be out here in the Midwest and then to be moving up to cowboy country in Wyoming, very different very different for me. And it's been a learning experience, and it's been pretty cool, I have to say. I mean, Oklahoma, we're in Oklahoma now, and it's not my favorite state because it's a landlocked state and there's no beaches, and I'm definitely a beach girl, but you know, there's been different things. The people here are very different, and sometimes in a good way, sometimes in a bad. But I think Wyoming is going to be even more further away from what I know. So it's just going to be interesting. Even though the place that we're moving is a big college town. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, and another thing from yesterday's testimony, Alex getting his windows tinted. I don't know, you know, was that he got them tinted on September 23rd. So right after JJ was murdered, he gets them tinted, and then he makes an attempt on Brandon Brujo's life on October 2nd. And you know, that's another thing. Melanie Pulowski, okay, came up to Rexburg and was there for the 5 days, I believe it was, that they were actively planning, Lori, Chad, and Alex, Brandon's murder. She was there. She was at Lori's apartment. She stayed there. And you know, she goes back home, and he attempts to kill Brandon, and luckily he missed. But how can you say that Melanie Pulowski knew nothing? Why would she come up to Lori's house the days that they're planning her, you know, Brandon's murder? I mean, it's just so obvious. And I got really kind of frustrated when I found out that they didn't really look at Melanie Gibbs' phone. They didn't really do that. And why? You know, I could just imagine the stuff that was on her phone. I really think they had enough to charge her with a lot of things, actually. I do not believe, it really bothers me that she was a star witness for the state. Just do not feel like that was even necessary. I don't feel like they needed her. I don't feel like they needed that testimony from her. I mean, yeah, she had the zinger of a phone call, but that whole phone call with Melanie Gibb setting up Chad and Lori, the nerve of this woman, okay? Because while she's on there, you know, saying all this stuff to Lori, oh, you know, you're core hoard, and we know you have sexual desires, honey, and all this kind of crap that she was saying to Lori. At that same exact time, Melanie Gibb was having an affair of her own with David Warwick. So all of the things that she was saying to Lori, she was doing herself. I mean, hypocrite much, Melanie, truthfully. You know, I mean, she did exactly what Lori did as far as she left her husband. Melanie Gibb also has 4 children. One of them, I believe, is autistic, so special needs child. She left them, left her husband, left the kids with him. She's off into the cult. She almost seemed excited to be a part of this, you know, because I think Melanie Gibb went from a housewife, mother, to suddenly being, you know, she ditched the husband and the kids, and she's in this cult now, and it's all exciting. They're talking all these murder and zombies and all this stuff, and she just seems so excited to have a front row seat to all of it. You know, and I still get that impression from her. Just this weird excitement that, I got to be a part of that. Some excitement in my life. And it's so disgusting. We're talking about real humans, Melanie. I mean, I know you're a little delusional, but these are real human beings that died. You know, it just seems like, you know, she's just like, oh, I'm so happy to be a cheerleader and be on the sidelines, see it all go down. No, lady, you should be behind bars, in my opinion. But Jim is saying, have I heard about Mormon soaking? Yes, I am well aware of what that is. And, you know, I'm actually glad you brought that up. If you guys don't know what soaking is, I'm not going to go into it because it's kind of, it's where a male will, how do I say this? It's basically intercourse without moving. Just inserted, but they just, both people just lay as still as they can. And they call it soaking. Okay. Because to them, they feel like, okay, well, if we don't move, then we're not actually doing the deed. So soaking is a thing, but I feel like this just brings up a broader topic with LDS. You know, they're so strict about sexual relations that I feel like it creates these kinds of people. It creates people like Chad. It creates, you know, Jody Arias and Travis. You know, Travis wanted to do a lot of wild things. You know, he wanted to kind of explore his sexuality, but you know, under the LDS, you know, church, it's just not. It's frowned upon. So when you have to stifle that, you're not really allowed to explore that. You know, some bad things can happen because we all naturally progress in life. You're a teenager going into your early 20s. We all usually have experiences with whatever we're attracted to. And you know, it almost seems like the church just doesn't really allow for that. And so then you get these young men that didn't really get to explore the way they want to, and women as well. And then they get married, you know, at a young age. And you know, they really just don't get to kind of let that stuff out. And you see, you know, that we heard in court Chad describing his you know, relations with his wife Tammy as, you know, very vanilla. And you know, he really wanted to see what hot loaded Lori was all about, apparently, to the point where, you know, he was murdered people. I mean, it's just wild. And I'm not blaming that on the church. I'm not blaming that on the church at all. Please don't take it that way. It's just some of the teachings, I think, you know, kind of just stifle a human being's natural progression in life. That's all I'm saying. But no, I don't think that the LDS church, you know, promotes murder or anything like that. Not mainstream, not now, you know, Mormonism. But hang on, guys. I need to blow my nose, and I'm sure none of you want to hear that. Sorry, I was just talking. But Kat said it's the same with the adherence to the Catholic faith. Yes. My whole family was Catholic. My significant other's family is all Catholic. And, you know, they do the family planning and all of that kind of stuff, you know, no birth control, no things like that. But yeah, do you have anything that you want to say about that, babe? Like how Catholicism kind of stifles a person's natural like progression in life of like your sexual experiences. You know, normal, usually mid to late teens, people start really experimenting with whatever they're attracted to. You know, but it's just really frowned upon. I mean, it's not. I mean, in most religions, it's frowned upon. You know, they very much promote marriage and that sort of thing. So, I'm not trying to single out LDS. Please do not take it that way. It's just Jim wanted me to say something ridiculous, and that's why I brought that up. But I just think it opens up a broader conversation to be had about that. So, nice try, Jim, by the way. Didn't they say we'll resume shortly because we've been going here for quite some time. Okay. Hmm. And I wonder with today's testimony, with Chad saying that Samantha was much like Brandon
All
and
right,
has
please.
been
The
as
court will be
big.
back in session.
Okay, I can shut up now.
Thank you. I believe the jurors are lined up or close to lined up, so we can just remain standing until they return, please.
Jury's present and accounted.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are back on the record. CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Concluded the lunch recess. The jurors are all returned and accounted for, and Investigator Edwards is on the stand on direct examination. Exhibit 398 had previously been admitted and was being published as part of direct. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue with the witness, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I be handed Exhibit 398 again?
You may.
And is not wanting to go up. Thank you for that assistance. Investigator Edwards, do you recall leaving off with this slide?
I do.
And again, these were messages sent in the days before the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell.
Correct.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
So the timeline again moves right up for October 9th. On October 7th, 2019, you know that Alex signs into the St. Anthony gun range. On October 8th, 2019, he actually conducted a search of 6.5 Grindle drop from 100 to 200 yards. And then he visits a site drop from 100 to 300 yards.
And in looking at those searches, are you aware of some of the firearms located in an apartment associated with Alex Cox?
I am.
And was one of those firearms, in fact, a 6.5 Grendel?
It was.
Can you explain a little bit about what the drop means?
I can. Yeah. So the image on the right is kind of I'll give you a visual idea of what we're talking about, but drop is actually what that bullet does is it comes out of the weapon, and what the searcher is looking for right here is what that's and what effect that will have on the bullet. So the farther out the shot, that bullet naturally just drops, right? And you can compensate for that with your scope. You can make an adjustment on your scope so that you can shoot and hit targets that are further out past 100, 200, 300,000 yards, whatever it is.
And then it looks like there is also a visit to the gun range on October 8th.
There in October 8th, he again signs into the St. Anthony gun range, and then he conducts a Google search for a Rhode Island area code, which is 401.
And did you learn a significance with that 401?
I did.
What was that?
So we can go to the next slide. There's a
And I think you indicated there were 2 burner phones.
There were
Do you know who those phones were associated with?
Alex and Chad.
And then there's an indication here as well of some real phone numbers. Can
Yeah.
you explain what those are?
Yep. The 208-690-9374 number was Chad's real phone. And then the last number on there, the 480-351. Yeah, sorry. I did this last time. I apologize. 480-351-9120 was Alex's real phone number.
And again, what event occurred on October 9th?
So there was an attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell on October 9th.
And then looking down below at those next boxes, can you explain what we're seeing there?
So I took and piled so I could better understand all of the messages and cell phones that were involved in this. The first block at the top, I calculated 90 calls and text messages between Alex Chad, Zulema, and Lori between 9 o'clock in the morning on the 9th and 2:28 in the following morning on the 10th. So there were 8 text messages between Alex and Chad between 1:19 p.m. and 1:22 p.m. Alex Cox and Chad Daybell's phones are actually near each other between 1:22 and 2:20 p.m. on the 9th. And then there are 15 text messages between Alex and Chad between 7th and the night of the 9th. The attempted shooting occurs somewhere between 9:15 and 9:25. And then there's Chad between 10:28 p.m. and 10:29 p.m.
And through your investigation, did you determine where Zulema and Lori were on October 9th?
I did.
Where were they?
They were in Arizona.
Did you learn of anything that they were doing on October 9th?
I did.
What was that?
I learned that they were doing a casting about the same time.
Do you know where Chad and Alex were located?
I do.
Where was that?
In Rexburg, Fremont County.
And when we see these messages being exchanged between Alex and Chad, was that a combination of all 4 phone numbers listed here?
It was.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
So this slide and the next 3 are all kind of describing where specifically that phone was located. So the first phone that we talked about, Chad's burner phone, what I call the 401 number, there are text messages between Alex and Chad between 1:19 and 1:22. And those phones, Chad and Alex's electronic devices, are at Alex's apartment, at or near Alex's apartment between 1:22 and 2:20 p.m.
And when you were going through this, did you use data, location data collected by other officers or agents?
I did.
You did not plot the data points yourself?
Correct.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
This is what I call Chad's real phone, the 208 number. There are 8 text messages between Alex and Chad between 1:19 and 1:22 on the same day. Again, Chad and Alex's electronic devices are near Alex's apartment between 1 and 2:20.
And on this one?
So this is the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account for Alex, which is attached to Alex's real phone, 480-351-9120. And again, Chad and Alex's electronic devices are at or near Alex's apartment between 1:22 and 2:20 p.m.
And with this slide?
So this is where it changes. We know that Alex's real phone then travels south to Idaho Falls. And so between 2:40 and 3:18 p.m., Alex's electronic device travels to Idaho Falls Sportsman's Warehouse.
And on this slide?
On October 9th at 4:11 p.m., there's a transaction that consists of 5 items that are listed below that Alex purchases. The woodland cap, mitts, some gloves, thermal 3 on the next slide, bullfrog rain jacket, and then a Dr. Pepper.
And you said rain jacket. Did you mean pants?
Pants, I'm sorry. Yes, rain pants.
And these are images of those items?
Correct.
And do you know if these were actually photos taken or obtained by Agent Wright?
Yes.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
So this is now that same day, Alex's electronic device has since gone back up north towards Fremont County and actually drives past the Daybell residence. The device moves to the area of Daybell. You can see that it comes up, the little green CD little image is the Daybell property or residence, and the arrows indicate the travel that Alex's device went.
Through the investigation, did you learn of anyone besides Chad that Alex knew in that vicinity?
No.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
This is a few minutes after he goes past the residence. He basically turns around and comes back past the Daybell property.
As part of your investigation, did you review the events of October 9th of 2019?
I have.
And to be clear, you were not involved in that initial investigation.
That is true.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what's indicated on this slide and what we're seeing?
So this is the two photographs. The one on the left is an overview of the Daybell property. You can see that there's a driveway that comes in off of 200 North, and then another driveway that comes in off of 1900 North. And the image on the right is a photograph at the front of the Daybell residence showing that driveway on 1900 North. On October 9th, at approximately 9:15, the first 911 call to Fremont County Sheriff's Office is made by Joseph Murray, who is Tammy's son-in-law.
And I think you said at 9:15.
Okay, guys, I'm not really sure why that just went off. I don't have control of this. So it appears that Glorndellin's thing went down, and I don't have their permissions to bring this trial back up. I cannot share my screen. I cannot do any of that. I am not sure what to do here. I am really sorry. I wish Glory was here because she was streaming this through her phone or through her screen, and being that they won't allow me to share my screen, I'm not sure how we're gonna continue this. I will attempt it one more time to share. And no, it is just not allowing me to do that. I am so sorry, you guys. I don't know if this is just going to be the end of it because Glorndellin is now in the courtroom. She is saying that the family, the last text I got from her was that the family was entering the courtroom for Brenner's hearing. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens. I am so sorry that this has happened. There's just nothing that I can personally do about this. So I could sit here and talk to you. I'm sure you guys want to watch the trial. Completely understand if you go and watch it on a different channel, just because I'm not able to bring it back up here. And I'm not able to get a hold of Glorindellen at this point because she is inside of a courtroom. So there's just not really much I can do about this. And again, I apologize. It's probably going to be left this way. So I'm going to get off because I actually want to watch the trial. I feel so bad. I'm sorry, guys. I will see you guys later, I suppose.
Hello, I don't know if anybody is here, but I just got out of the Brenner hearing. I understand that it crashed and just wasn't able to get things going again, so I'm shutting this down. I'll resume the hearing when I get home, and I'm going to go live on Brenner. So see you in a few. Bye.